Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は240日目です。It is day 240. And today is level up day. Oh no, it's not level up day. It's our second lesson day. I think these are kind of long now. So like 100? We're rounding up. Pretty sure it's shy of 100. Long day today as well. Looks like we might have two two overlapping units at the same time. So really big day. Eight minutes till 5. I'll go grab those as well. They were being a little bit more liberal on editing and adding things. So we got 5 things from yesterday. One is ooh. Let's try that again. That proportion. Okay. Squiggly hands. Making left to right adjustments first thing is not that hot. Gotta warm up. Yep. Yep. Alright, 証明書。証明書は certificate.記憶。決。曲。Right. After all. 小説。Novel. 2 characters. 形。Shape. And Rui. And like 種類。 Right. And that's our type, kind, category. Okay. Those 5. Oh, some things to be said yesterday. All right. Let's get into our review, and then we have our whole lesson. I'm gonna probably do the review, then take a break before going into the lessons. I think that's probably a much more reasonable routine. Stretch, walk around a little beforehand. All right, let's get into it. Okay. What is that? Hmm. The left side is supposed to be life, right? Big sword. Life? Sorry. All I can think about right now is like a spelling bees. Like, can you use it in a sentence? Hmm. I genuinely do not remember getting this. Huh. I guess we'll see. I don't know. Hmm.
心得る
Kokoeru. Kokoroeru. Hmm. Okay. Whoops.
Hyoron
Shoron. Uh, Shoron.
Gikai
Ikai. This is deliberation and eating, like or wait, yeah, deliberate meat. That's just referring to the diet. Is there anything else? No, just it's an assembly. Assembly would be the closest. Okay.
倒す
Also,
市営
시에. Oh no. Wait, hold.
脱税
That's it.
埋め合わせる
埋め合わせる.
", 立てる
立てる. Oh no. That's what I think it is. It's oh no. No. It's not. No, it's not. No. What? Have a hippo? What? Is this not what I think it is? Oh no, it's not. It's the first thought, but I don't quite. It's kind of tough. Don't quite. I'll have to wait. I don't remember the Onyomi either. Actually, was that ever an Onyomi? That one has a problem because it's the only read. Only example. That's fine. What incarnation? Alright, guess we're skipping this.
市営
衣服 減らす
That's it. There's something... I paused because there's something different about you. Right? There's definitely something different about you. It's not this. Hmm.
Serifu.
Rifu. What are you? Okay.
Keizai
Is like...
Dento.
dental.
Enjo.
Enjo. Gonna go for it. Dang it. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. That was a typo. Just kidding.
目覚める
Mezameru. Mezameru. I... Mezameru. I feel like... Oh, wait. I think it's like to awaken. Okay.
伝説
Densetsu. Densetsu. Oh. Wait. Oh, I thought this was tradition. Oh, in some concepts. Densetsu. They're just transmitting. No. You're like transmitting A theory? Okay, that's why Densetsu, Shosetsu. Okay. I can get lost, probably. Hmm.
書評
Yo.
費用
Yo. Yo. What? Oh. Um. Takes too long. Yeah, wow. This takes way too long. What did they got? Root life, a mouth with a knife, divide cells to create. Yeah, that's just not good. Not good. And then the read is even more. Today class began and you read. Okay, so you registered for the N4? Oh, you're locked in now. Locked in. A Honda dealer will tow your motorcycle next Tuesday to service the brakes. Huh. It's good to get your brakes up and running for the school year. getting things done. Nice.
新築
It's good. Are you excited? What's your what classes have you done? Wait, you weren't on your bike today to get to class, were you? Servicing the brakes. Interesting. You tried and failed to fix a few issues on a motorcycle. Somehow the brake caliper failed. Some kind of seal and the caliper just started leaking fluid. Okay. Not the hose or the fitting. Oh, interesting. Hopefully it's something easily remedied. What is happening? Oh,
脱線
that's it. Thankfully, you weren't riding it when it happened. Excellent. Well, silver lining for sure. So how's settling back into the new schedule? This year is just building on last year with more lens labs. I see. Lectures about contact lenses and glasses, that sort of thing. Okay, okay. Solid, solid. Uh, Less than half of you are remaining from last year? That sounds about right. It seems pretty reasonable. I mean, sometimes they're general education requirements. Oh, unless the class is somewhat... Wasn't it your first class in the series? So, oftentimes, I would say one expects about 25% to drop out, or like to move to, like, to continue doing their normal thing, and then the other 25% probably decided to pivot somewhere, or it could be a general education requirement. Oftentimes, like, the first classes of the series have only like a 50% retention or less, even. Like, for example, even Gen Bio and Gen Chemistry, which you would think is a foundation thing, only half the year, or even 1 year. I mean, even half years, only a semester. Would see a drop in half. Uh, oh,
心得
Kokoroe. What? Hmm. Uh, I thought this dealt. This is definitely a hill. And then you're excited to see what the future holds. You're going to take the JLPT at Carleton University up in Ottawa to make a little winter trip out of it. Oh, intriguing. A little solid way to celebrate. Or two birds with one stone kind of situation. Oh, it was like the hills. Oh no, that's climb. I'm combining it with climb. Not good. Hmm. Hill, hill, hill. Okay. Okay. Does okay work? Okay. Okay. The hill is meh.
Kange.
I imagine you're already pretty much prepared for the N4. Now it's reviewing, right? Or do you have any specific new stuff to go over? Oops. What? Oh.
建築家
Inchikuka. Hmm. Something makes me want to just type this. Oh no.
宇宙船
You said. 'You sort of dislike the idea of studying just to take this test, but you think over the next month or two you'll prepare for taking practice N4s. You believe your only weak point for it is listening. I see. Maybe to some extent you'll struggle with grammar a bit. I wonder how they test that stuff. You'll have to tell me how different it is from the N5. Or is it the structure similar? I don't really know. Sometimes different levels are different things in general. I mean, also it's a standardized exam, so maybe the standardization is the same method and breakdown, just adapted to the new content. You sort of dislike the idea of studying just to take a test? Huh. That's an interesting thought.
察知
Sachi. Yes, knowledge. Like things you have knowledge to predict things. How does this work out in terms of? So from what you understand, N4 and N5 are kind of grouped together and are graded similarly, but N3 are on a separate scale somehow, which you don't quite get. Ah, I see. Okay, so you already took the N5. Yeah, your reason for learning Japanese isn't to pass it, but the JLPT will be a good mark of where you're at, and who doesn't like certificates? Yep. I'm not entirely sure. So here's my thought about your comment. Your thought is excluding things, not including things, and then you rationalize it to include things. So the idea is that instead of disliking the idea, or like I'm proposing a separate mindset, instead of disliking the idea of studying just to take an exam, you like the idea of studying for an exam. Right? Because you can study for an exam and also study for pleasure or study for hobby. The reason why I thought it was an interesting way you phrased it is it's easier to be upset about just doing something versus being proactive and looking forward to doing something in addition to something else. So your reason might not be to pass the exam, but it is now, right? In addition to everything else. That's probably my comment about that. Like, you like certificates, so now you're studying to pass the JLPT, which doesn't mean that you stop doing everything else, right? Thinking of it as killing two birds with one stone as opposed to deciding which bird to kill. And one is a less desirable bird than the other. I'm suggesting a separate my point of view is a little bit different. So I was sharing my difference in point of views. Yeah, you haven't stopped the other stuff. So you're just doing more. So it's great. Like, not only that, you're gonna get a trip out of it. So you're going to Ottawa. So basically you're like, yo, hold my beer. I don't know if you drink. Hold my beer. Let me do more than you're usually doing. It's like, you don't dislike it, you're going to do it. So for me, I like the idea that someone is telling themselves they're doing more than just something, because that only reminds them that no, it's not about A or B. I'm going to do C, which is all of the above. So you're doing more in everything. Like, not only are you not just studying for a test, you are preparing for the test, and then you're still doing everything else. Hopefully that's the case. Sometimes I feel dropping your own, you know how people go from the next fad, like one trend to the next trend, but what they do is they, in order to get into the mindset of the next trend, they try to dislike the previous trend. So like, oh man, this is the new best video games. That video game that I liked last year, that was so last year. Like, no one does that anymore. So what happens is, if they ever have to go back to that old video game, like say that old video game gets a sequel, like, nah, this isn't as good anymore. I'm all about this new stuff. And that's kind of it doesn't to me, I feel like you're fighting against yourself. Like, that person is spending a lot of excess energy disliking something, and you don't really have to dislike anything. You can be greedy like me and say, well, I mean, I can do all of this and I can still pass the N4. So finding something to like about studying for the N4 is a bit more, I think, tends to be like a nice placebo effect versus saying, well, I don't really have to do this and I don't really want to, but I kind of want to. And then you get in the whole mindset like, oh, I don't want to be defined by this. Like, that's understandable. So that was my offer, my counter offer. I think you are have far more potential to not just do either, but to do both at the same time. Obviously, if you can't, that's all right. It means you tried. Sometimes like a counter argument would be, but then you can juggle too much. If you keep thinking you can do all of it, then you can end up juggling too much. And that's a fair point. But it sounds like you're already pretty well prepared for N4. Just knock it out of the park. I haven't decided if I was gonna take any of those exams for fun. How much does it cost, by the way? Like in Canada, I guess. I know that's a little out of the park. How much does it cost to take an N4? Do they cost different amounts of money? Let's see. You have the knowledge to guess. I thought that was like prediction, but total fee was 100 Canadian, so not unreasonable. All right. All exams are the same fee. Okay. Maybe hypotheses? Thesis? No. Gotta be something like. No, it's just. I'll think about it later.
Machi-hazure.
Son of a bee sting. Oh wait.
加わる
What it? $100, huh? I haven't taken an exam in a while, and I think I'm gonna offer. I'm gonna share a non-traditional reservation. I think I have a fundamental problem with timed exams. That's probably the thing that I need to get used to. So the thing that I would probably, if I had to describe a lifelong struggle with exams, it's probably time. I don't think anything is harder than time. Like for myself. So if anyone asks me like, "Oh yeah, what is the area that you need to most improve ever?" Like I can tell you there are 20, I'm going to say we'll say 10 solid things that my life is compulsorily having problems with, and I try my best to cope, manage, and improve it each and every day. It's probably time. So if someone asks me like, oh, like what is the thing that you must work on the most in like taking an exam? Time management. That's about it. Some people could say, well, that's too broad. You could do a lot of things with time. Yeah, that's how I approach studying. Practice. Not new knowledge. No, acquisition of new knowledge is probably my wheelhouse. It's my hobby. It's my life calling. Acquiring new knowledge is probably the thing that I do to cope with the idea that I'm really terrible at being fast. So practice. I would say the stuff that I emphasize over my life to most people are probably a little bit projecting. It's projecting quite a bit of the things I probably am most compulsorily weak at, which is time. I don't make decisions very quickly. And with practice, you can kind of still speed up the process. The decision-making process doesn't get simplified though. Like I don't tend to simplify matters over time. They get more and more complicated, but the idea is to get ahead of doing more and more complicated critical thinking tasks, but try to like practice enough to speed them up. So that's kind of one of those things. Like, does it show up on an exam? No, it doesn't show up on an exam. That's largely why I'm not the biggest. Like, if I had to say, to measure my aptitude is rarely ever placed into a standardized test. Standardized tests, for what philosophically and creatively what it stands for, are the things that I am very ill-equipped to do. I'm not saying I'm not like above average in them. I'm above average in standardized testing. I wouldn't choose it as the field for myself to demonstrate my aptitude. Closest thing would be a no limits oral exam, or with a human being, maybe something like that, or some sort of like group dynamics communication evaluation or something. That's probably, or like a project oriented internship period kind of thing, or 1 year evaluation period, that kind of stuff. Those are probably my go-to. Resumes pretty much, or large certificate of citations and whatnot. Standardized testing, ooh, I get my butt kicked all the time. So the reason why I say it's this is like, I think I've gotten fairly lucky in my life, coincidentally, when it comes to sufficiency. So to quickly illustrate in a graph, right? Like say this is the national average. Most of the time when I spend my time practicing or studying or preparing something, I try to at least meet the national average. So the national average is, for lack of a better word, passing, right? And overall, I think most of my skill sets are above this line. Usually I keep it to about like a 20% margin from the lowest. So my weakest component I can see, it's got to perform at least above 20% the national average for passing. But I would say most of my skills when it comes to average, when it comes to standardized exams, are probably like 40, or sorry, not 40, but like 30%. I know these are relatives, but generally speaking, I would say my average skill is much higher than my weakest skill. So this is the weakest skill. And my weakest skill, I must keep above the national average of performance, and whatever that is. So that's kind of like how I gauge things. And in terms of standardized testing, it's definitely probably something dealing with a component of time. Time kind of like takes my average skills and go downward. So the idea is when I practice, like for example, if you take an N4 practice test, most of my focus immediately deals with how I manage the time management. So like how I would time myself and figure out how much time I would have, in which way I can divide my attention when it's cut off, like when do I move on to the next one, like so forth. This part has been like the bane. Timing has been the bane of my life when it came to standardized testing. And when I said I got lucky a lot of times, I went to various institutions where time is flexible. It's more about getting the job done or getting the task completed than it is about completing it in a fixed amount of time. So there was a lot of flexibility in my educational background. And yes, that actually makes it worse, right? But at the time, it's very accommodating. We have to keep in mind that when you are accommodated, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're improving in the skill. Your skill actually gets deflated and you become more complacent over time. So while it was a silver lining to get lucky, it also means that I try to spend most of my time when it doesn't matter per se, practicing the stuff. It's kind of like language learning, right? Lots of people talk about immersion, right? They talk about only learning or learning native content. What happens when you're not talking to a native? Do you still try to talk native to a non-native person? Well, the inherent nature is that as long as you have your ideal conditions, it also means you don't practice any non-ideal conditions. That's to me one of those like fun little double standards when someone says, "Oh yeah, you know, when you go to Japan, Japanese people will react differently to you if you start speaking English right away." It's like, yes, because they only practice assuming the ideal condition, which is true when you live in Japan 99.9% of the time. Well, what happens when Japan enters a era of heightened tourism, hint right now, heightened tourism, heightened exposure to international affairs, and what does that do to either do they embrace or they retreat, right? Well, in this case, more and more Japanese resources are becoming more and more available because of its heightened influence. So naturally, then they will become divisive ways of interpreting things. And that division will not become normal unless it takes a substantial number of people to adapt to the new environment. I think standardized testing is a great example of the opposite. Standardized testing, it's standardized, so you can practice and study to it because it has a standard, right? And sure enough, there isn't anything, in my opinion, more Japanese than evaluating yourself based on a standardized test. This is very different from what the online communities, extended online people, and the youth culture, maybe the growing youth culture in Japan would think. But in terms of a country that's steeped in traditionalism, tradition is tradition. Standardization is part of tradition, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have traditions. They would have to be standardized. So that's kind of like my fun little connection to language learning when I think about JOPT. Like, it's actually rather poetic that on the one hand, you have the new age people, right, that says, oh yeah, you know, JOPT doesn't test real world applications or etc. It's like, but JOPT represents the real world traditionalism of Japan. Without standards, you can say anything is true, right? Facts are standardized. Statistics and whatnot have to be standardized to form relatives. Otherwise, you can say anything, right? So getting a certificate is nice. Then you can cut to the chase and use like some sort of standardization. I answer this question really often, like super often. I think it's easily the number one most asked question whenever I was doing Japanese only. It has since changed when I included both Chinese and Japanese in like a title situation. Like when I was studying only Japanese and only sharing Japanese, it didn't select out people who are only interested in Japanese. Interesting enough, I think that's the most new experience. That's the most common new experience now. Far less people now. So I talk to far less new people on average. If you study more than one language, if you study one language, you get far more people. That's kind of the way the internet works, you know? Like, it's so interesting. So I want to say like a really weird content creator hot take. I'm sure most content creators agree. When you're really focused on a singular thing, you're a lot more identifiable. You also are very standardized. You're also able to standardize yourself. So then there's less talking, right? Less yapping, less unpredictable results. So if you're going around saying that you're studying Japanese, you will have far more conversations. It doesn't matter what the nature is. It could be like elitist but you'll have far more when it's focused. The more skills you juggle, right, on the surface, the less and less likely people will talk to you. Or the less likely even algorithm, this is how algorithm works. The more scattered your content is, in my opinion, the less likely you'll have people who focus on it. So for example, you've probably seen this before, Valentine. When a content creator reaches a critical mass in one type of content, they will make a sister site for an entirely different content. And then that's how it plays nice with the categorization. You make a very focused categorization, for each. Variety is the spice of life, but variety categorized is far more efficient for the modern standardization of interaction. So staying focused, ironically, is what people want to do, but staying focused is compulsorily the thing people believe they can't do well. You know, cue the short attention span and all that stuff. You've had a hard enough time saying you admire my ability to juggle multiple. Yeah, I heard that before, but I think you can do it too. I now hear me out. The thing is, if I had to be in your shoes, like I try to like put my position in your mindset, I think when you say you have a hard time studying Japanese, I think you're studying to a level of Japanese that when you think about juggling something else, like Chinese, for example, you're hoping to double that effort, right? As in, the Japanese and the Chinese, that hard time, like the rigorous thing, the rigor that you're pushing into Japanese, when you want to juggle another thing, the hope for your mindset, or like I'm trying to imagine in your position, you're hoping that you would do just as much with Chinese and Japanese. And I would say my mindset is a little bit different from the imagination. You can purely correct me if that's not what you're feeling is. For my mindset, I think of it as, if I focus on Japanese, I would get an X, like an X result. But if I juggle two things, I'm getting X divided by 2 twice. So yes, it can be so when I know you said you like my juggling multiple things, I don't want to give you the idea that I'm doing what you're doing doubled. That is probably a very unrealistic portrayal. What I ended up doing, and that's what would be the most realistic expectation, is that when you're studying Japanese and you add Chinese, it will be half, right? You'll attempt to study Japanese and study Chinese. So whatever you're doing for Japanese only will be divided beyond those two. As opposed to when you see someone juggling, it's like they're doing twice as much, right? They're getting this progress. So whatever I thought I was going to do with Japanese only, I divided it up between Japanese and Chinese. So ultimately, I'm still kind of doing the same thing you're doing in terms of effort. You know, we're trying our best, putting in as much effort as we can. Only mine is now divided among the two. The reason why I mentioned that is I think juggling is possible that way. It may seem impossible when you think of it as you're already doing as much as possible and it's already hard. So adding another language means that it's impossible because you can't do double what you're already having hard time doing. That's probably what I would say in this case. So imagine like dividing half your workload. So then you're actually studying Japanese less in order to accommodate a place for Chinese. Now, some people might think, well, isn't that silly? Like, because if you're gonna say if Japanese only gives you X value and then you add Chinese, then this X value gets divided by 2, right? What's the point? Why don't you just study Japanese to get X and then later down the road, right, instead get Chinese to get Y? So then you get X plus Y instead of like right, over time. This isn't exact math because obviously these two are not equivalent. Hopefully that's clear, because y, so here's the thing, y could be a different value. Well, y is a different value, right? So this is what most people go about doing. They put all their efforts into x, and when they're done with x, they put all their value into y. So then they have two different values. So their perception is that the effort it takes to get x, which is how hard you're working on Japanese, and then when you have to juggle another thing, it requires another unknown amount of effort. So now you have two effort values that you can't, so you already try, all of your effort is x. Adding any more additional y is not possible because you're already doing your hardest, and that makes sense. And from my perspective, this is how this works, which is if I need to do Chinese, I need to figure out how much effort that of my x do I divide between Japanese and Chinese. So then I know that I can do it. So I already know I can do this because I liberate time from Japanese and put it into Chinese. So I never exceed y or x. I don't exceed my effort. So then I can juggle, right? And then if I do Spanish, I have to liberate from Spanish and Japanese. Then Spanish would be in this situation if I divided it evenly. So now I don't want to exceed as much as I can do. I want to become more efficient. So what happens then is I focus on liberating time. You liberate time. So over time, when I'm learning Japanese, originally it took x, right? This was the original input. So this would be x naught. And then eventually over time, x naught becomes x1. So then the current one, it would be then x naught minus x1 equals xi, my current x. So now I can take whatever this difference is and I can put it into Chinese. And that's what I do. This is a really weird math way to do things. But basically, over time, whenever I liberate time, I can choose to do more. So when Japanese become quicker, like some parts get quicker, I could say, let's just do more Japanese things. Or I can take that time I liberated and then put it into Chinese. So I started with Japanese for like 6 months or something like that. Right, 6 months to a year, 6 months, and then into Chinese I go. So that's 6 months of new experience I channel into Chinese. Now the question is, a lot of times people talk about what's the point, right? Well, this way, when you're doing x and then y in series, right? You do whatever the first task is, and then you're done with it, and you do y. What you get is you hope that you keep most of x once you're done. So say you start at 100% x, but then you're gonna start doing y. When you focus on y, it's gonna go up to 100% at some point, but then your x would drop because of maintenance. So the question is, how are you going to juggle this or not? A lot of people don't do that. They just assume that x will be retained while y is going, right? So when you're using an x2, if you're doing this model, right, what happens is you're going to get x going to 50%, and x going to 50%, which equals your. But what happens is you're maintaining. The alternative is you're maintaining the two skills at the same time, but they're not reaching where you would reach if you're doing 1-0 skills. Now the question is, when you get to x50, is that the same as this person getting to y50 and y50? I mean y50 and x50. If that's the case, then these two will get you to the same place. So whatever I'm doing would be getting to a hypothetical place that someone else is getting when they like get to a specific position in Japanese and decide, okay, it's now time to acquire another language. The difference here is that I've already committed to 2 languages. And this person is committed to 1 language. At the promise, potentially, that there will be a second language. But this is a promise. And this is a commitment. So these are like 2 different mindsets that often I tend to negotiate with people. There are problems. There are quote unquote, let's just say desires, problems even in life that may benefit from doing it this way. We're doing it this way. And for language, for myself, Japanese is very related to Chinese. So despite dividing my efforts in half, they both feel like X. They don't feel like X and Y. So when you said you've had a hard time studying Japanese, it would translate that you're assuming you're going to have a hard time with Chinese, right? However, that's a promise. Not necessarily a promise, but a prediction. For myself, in my experience when they're together, your aptitude for Japanese enhances your aptitude for Chinese. So despite having half the amount of time, you might be thinking it's half as hard for both. So then you're really working the same, but different. I think this is a way too like a little bit esoteric way to understand it, but my honest like to like TLDR, right? TLDR. What is a less fancy, less esoteric way to explain the stuff? I think often people hope that when they do a certain amount of energy, like certain amount of things, they're always bringing new things in, as opposed to dividing things up when it comes to juggling. And what I mean by that is this is exclusive thinking. Inclusive thinking is I do both. You try to bring things in, right? More effort in. So like you're gonna push out. So think of it like combining, right? If you bring these 2 little bubbles in, I'm trying to draw a step-by-step animation. Your bubble gets bigger. So that means you have to output more energy to accommodate it. How this is accommodated most of the time is people think they have X energy. And what they do is, okay, they need to acquire a new thing. So what they're going to do is they're going to convert it like this. They're going to shrink down a little and this is going to be the X new one, X prime, and they're going to shed X amount, and then Y gets added in to it. So then there's no net change in effort. That's the goal anyways. That's the goal of what they're trying to do. So whenever you need to do something new, you have to substitute for something that doesn't exist. So in terms of Chinese and Japanese, people think of Chinese and Japanese like this, where they would say, okay, when I'm done with Japanese, it's gone. And then I reinvest everything into Chinese. So what happens here? No maintenance. So instead, lots of times people will shrink down Japanese just enough for maintenance, right? Maintenance. And then because of this maintenance, they would think that they can still do as well as they did with Japanese. But ultimately they try to push out as much. So these two are equal. But what happens is this is not sustainable. So over time, in my opinion, personally, a person ideally hopes that whatever is maintained here helps with this thing. So then there isn't a lot of effort. But I don't think that's the case. I think most people think that they would put in the same amount of effort that they had for their first language into their second language and decide not to maintain their first language. And then those then finds out that, oh, I still need to maintain Japanese. So they'll go to maintain it and realize that they can no longer sustain whatever they're doing. So they have to reduce it. So then you have maintenance and the new thing, which what happens then is this then's output to being, oh, this is still hard. Still hard, but not as good progress or feeling. And to me, that is a source. That is the source of abandoning things. Hopefully that's not the case, right? Hopefully that's not the case for us in the future. But it's kind of I like this little duality that people need to negotiate. I guess it boils down to there are only 24 hours in a day, and you gotta slam 8 hours into sleeping, an hour into eating, 8 hours into class, 4 hours into work, and then oops, you're out of time. Exactly. So my favorite thing that I often tell people, or the thing that I rely on, is map out your day, which you have. I really feel like, Valentine, you're definitely a person who's mapped out their day. Ask yourself, how can you improve your day to liberate time, right? Like, let's just say rudimentary. How do you liberate time in your day? And when you're able to liberate time in your day, then you have made room to introduce something new. As opposed to the other way, which people would say, okay, well, you're already strapped for time, right? You've already spent up all your time. So, but you really want to learn something else. Okay, so you take something else that takes 2 hours and you just jam it in here. So now you jam a 26-hour requirement into a 24-hour thing. I think this will be sustainable for maybe like 1 month. And then what happens here? What happens when you try to figuratively jam 26 hours of work into 24? You burn out. And that's, in my opinion, that's a symptom of burnout. Instead of trying to focus on the resources that you have now, make them more efficient through practice and preparing yourself to bring something in oftentimes, and what I mean is when people think about doing something, this always seems impossible, right? Because if you already spent 24 hours, anything extra is always going to be impossible. There isn't 26 hours in a 24-hour day, so something has to give. Either you give by burning out, right? Which some people step up. Like, hey, hear me out. So you're wondering, well, nah, that's not true. Some people have 24 hours of work and they like pick up new skills all the time. It's because they weren't working at 24 hours. They probably had 18 hours worth of energy or worth of work, and they stretched it out to 24 hours. So when they have to accommodate a new thing, they were able to make it work. They decided to work harder than they usually are. And then they were able to squeeze additional hours. So then their 24-hour day becomes 18-hour days. And because immediately gaining the 6 hours, right? Or whatever arbitrary time, 6 hours of extra stuff. And that to me is called stepping up. You're stepping up to the plate. And that's really good. I think that's awesome. Much, much harder. a lot harder than I don't do this very often. When do I step up? Real life things. Life is when I step up. Like, you know, a death in the family. That's when you step up. I spend most of my time like language learning and stuff. I don't step up. I liberate. I consolidate time. So yes, you can end up juggling like 14 different things. However, also I can also concede that I'm not particularly great at those whatever 14 different things compared to doing one thing, right? And that's when it holds true. I think many people like to think that when they work on skill X, that if they're interested in skill Y, the only way it works is if they drop skill X to acquire skill Y. Like fully committed, full on. So what they often do is they hope that skill Y encompasses skill X. So when they're looking for a game, for example, they like game A. When they buy game B, they want to put all of themselves in B. So they hope that B equals A plus C. So they hope that they have all the values of A and then a new value of C. And that's how, in my opinion, how language learning is done. Language learning is advertised this way. Well, first you have grammar. But if you learn grammar, like if you start with grammar and you're like, okay, well, I need to move on to the next thing. So now we're going to get grammar. But that new thing, A, needs to also include grammar. So then you need a method that includes A and G. And then W, you want to get vocabulary and words. So in the long run, the mindset is that you hope that there's one thing that teaches you everything. And that's not the case. In my opinion, it's not the case. Because this is unsustainable. Or it's not sustainable. But you want it to be sustainable. And now hear me out. Why is this not sustainable? Because they want the full value of X all the way to, you know, they want the full value of A all the way to Z. It's not the same as A minus or A divided over 25 plus A minus 25 all the way to, you know, about times 25. So, hold up. So this just keeps going, right? This keeps going for 25 times. So when you have a tool that does all of this, it's going to be a tool that does probably 1/25th, or it's going to be divided. Your attention is going to be divided. So when people create a routine, I've got lots of these. I think about these models all the time. So when they think about a routine, they often think about how many hours, 4 hours, let's just say 4 hours, to do everything, Z. As opposed to, okay, 1 hour is dedicated to A, 1 hour is dedicated to B, 1 hour to C, 1 hour to D, or sometimes 2 hours to A plus B, etc. So instead of thinking about how you divide your limited time that you have among the things you need to do, they are constantly looking for something that hopefully divides all of that stuff for you. And in my opinion, this is the balance between, this is disciplined, this is intuition. So if you're a Z person, immersion. Or in a just person, or only person. And then if you're this, you're gonna say balance. Balance, and my personal favorite, due diligence. In the end, though, it's still 4 hours of work, right? You still have the same 4 hours of work. You can only do so much. How you decide to view it is very important. I think this type of contrast between the two layouts may have an opportunity to elevate one's happiness or one's satisfaction, right? I am not unrealistically thinking that if I do A and if I do B at the same time, I get the same results as A plus B. No, I probably get A divided by, or A divided by some sort of portion, right? Probably like, maybe it takes a third, 2/3, or a third of my A to get half of this. But the thing is, you don't know. It's too hard to predict a holistic approach or a juggling approach. Because oftentimes when you're developing A, it might help B, or it might make A worse. And this stuff requires discipline. And ain't people got any time. Like, adults ain't got time to re-discipline themselves. You rely on habits instead. Right? Establish what you have and start there. You can apply discipline to introduce new routines if you want, but yeah. I spend most of my time figuring out this stuff for myself because I think it's fun. This is process, right? We're talking about process. This is irrelevant of process. You don't have to change the process. This is the same process. So you apply the same process to A. When you're done with A, you apply the same process to B. You hope that A affects your process, and then you bring it to B. You hope. That's where you get the bonus points. This is the bonus point situation. So you hope that learning Japanese, and when you're done with it, aids in learning Chinese. Right. And that's what some people say. It's like, oh, once I'm comfortable with Japanese, I'll start Chinese. Right. And then you hope that Chinese is a ease. You get eased in. That's where the whole like, oh, if you want to start learning another language and you're an English speaker, start with Spanish. Because it's English eases Spanish. Right? Now, this logic is the second most common comment I've ever gotten when it comes to learning Japanese. The first thing they talk about is, dang, Japanese, that's not easy. Well, how do people measure ease? They measure it by the efforts that they need to place in. My effort is the same. Right? So in order to objectively view that, the question a lot of people would use is the same effort. If you put the same effort into Spanish and into Japanese, from an English perspective, if you measure the progress, right? If you measure the progress, some people will argue you would get more progress with Spanish than Japanese. Therefore, then Japanese is objectively harder than Spanish, right? This is easier. And that's where those tests comes from, the categorization. Spanish is Spanish is easier for English speakers and Japanese is harder for English speakers. That's true. I have no refuting of that. That's probably true across sample size. But when someone asks me and even admires or maybe criticize all these ideas, right? Is it hard? I usually respond, same effort. As in, it's as hard, or I would usually respond in a cheeky way and say, it's hard enough. And the goal I tend to strive for is always, or attempting to, mostly aim for it's hard enough. So in order for me to juggle Japanese and Chinese, I need to know that I'm trying hard enough on both. Which is where, if I were in the area of people who juggle stuff, like people who juggle a lot, like be it like attention deficit or what have you, the idea is one of the really problematic things about juggling is some things do not become hard enough. It's like second hand. So like you could say you only care about Japanese and you sort of care about Chinese, right? Then Chinese is like this small. So then then people will argue, well, you should only study one language at a time because the second language, you never get anything out of it. Like it's insignificant. It's negligible. And I agree. When this happens, when this effort becomes so negligible, but you're still saying you're juggling things, right? You're still juggling things. This qualifies as juggling. I don't qualify this as juggling. This is a pretend, in my opinion. If I wanted to use a really strict word that can be negative, this is pretending to do more than one thing. When you do something and you tack on something, and that's fine, right? What is a great example of this? People sometimes confuse this with polyglots. Like, not the polyglots that do exist. We're talking about people who do things for vanity. In situations where you have a dominant language and the rest is to perpetuate a juggling that isn't juggling to me. So, yes, there are compromises to be made, right? And I only started Chinese when I understood I can be trying hard enough. What is that criteria, though? Hard enough, right? What is hard enough? Oh, this is a funny thing. There's one last prong that why am I talking about juggling? You don't know what's hard enough if you only do one thing at a time. Why is that? Well, hard is the measure of your relative effort. The problem with doing one thing at a time is that you remember the most recency. Like if you're intuitively doing this, oftentimes you rely on recency to understand how hard things are. And what happens is when you go into anything, it's always going to be hard. Some people might convince themselves it's easy because they already know a language or learned another language. And it's kind of. It will be easy if you're starting out the same way, but have the experience. So say you're very high in Japanese. The effort it takes to maintain that Japanese is going to most likely be higher than the effort it takes to start anew. In Chinese. But is that what you're going to do? Right? Is that what you're going to do if you're doing one thing at a time? You're probably not. Like 9 out of 10 times you're not. You're going to work as hard as you can that you already have been. You're going to channel it into Chinese. So however hard you're working now, when you start Chinese, you're going to say, I'm going to work as hard as Japanese because that's the thing you built up. You've built up the discipline and all that. The problem now is now you have two things. And it's obviously impossible. It's going to feel very impossible. It's going to feel incredibly impressive if you, the person who's thinking this way, manages to do so. Because now you're doing twice as much as you're doing. That's insane. Especially the longer you specialize in this skill. What am I illustrating here is when people decide to learn a second language. Why does learning a second language, in my opinion, feel impossible? The longer you learned a first language, the longer you use a first language. It's largely, in my opinion, it's really difficult to gauge how much effort it takes to learn the second language. Because you haven't done it in a very, very long time. And becoming an adult, and the older you get, the perception of effort is often based on recency. So the funny thing is, the first thing a lot of people discuss in this type of mindset is, oh yeah, think back when you were a child. Try to channel the thought process of a child. Like, we gotta give ourselves some breaks, right? Like, learn to sound like a child again. But to me, I think these are creative symptoms. Creative symptoms of understanding how much effort you're putting into things. And I think a lot of times this is misplaced. You can do far more things than a child can do. And you're doing a lot of more things than a child can do. So then we come full circle again. You have 24 hours. A child, what does a child's 24-hour look like? Your child, yourself. Go back to when you were 8 years old and tell yourself and try to figure out what you spent the 24 hours doing. And then compare it to what you're doing now as an adult. Right? And mapping the 24 hours will allow you to gauge what type of skills and effort you're applying into. And that's the tip of the iceberg, obviously. You have to understand the activities and what you're gaining from them. So now I got one last TLDR, right? I like when people say, if I'm going to take an N4 exam, like you, Valentine, right? I might as well go to Ottawa to do it. Because your adult brain knows that, wait a minute, I'm smarter than this. I can overlap things to get bang for your buck. A child cannot do that. Children do not do that. Because they don't have that wisdom yet. So I might be a little biased here. A child learning 2 languages at the same time, right? At the same time is very different from an adult doing it. Very, very different. Despite it might be seeming similar. The reason why I say this is there's another study, but there's not enough sample size. What happens when a child is raised with more than one language? So this is called the simultaneous acquisition situation. The thing that I'm trying to express here is because there's a personal bias. I have a raised bias. I typically listen to 2 or 3 languages since as long as I could form sentences in one language. So the idea is, I still think it's different. As an adult, I still don't do things I do as a child. Like, despite simultaneously having to juggle more than one language, I still don't agree. Like, it's not intuitive to go back to learn like a child and juggle things. So I don't juggle Chinese and Japanese naively thinking that it's exactly the same as when I was a child. Like, hey, English and Fujianese is really far apart. What did I do for them? As a child, I actually did 2 different things. And that worked. I speak to my parents in Fujianese. I go to school only speaking English. I only speak to my sister in English, but I only speak to my parents in Fujianese, right? That is the child experience, in my opinion, and I think it coincides with the mindset that people are pushing forward. as adults. So you learn one language, then you go to the next language, compartmentalize those languages, make sure to learn them separately. However, as a child, they were able to learn, you're able to learn separately and with different methods, because you don't know how, you're not familiar with those methods. There's no salience yet. I haven't developed any methods. So one language is retained through constant contact, another language is developed through schooling, and they both exist. They both coexist now, as my adult brain suggests. So nowadays, when I learn Chinese and Japanese, they're being approached in the same way, but holistically. Because as a child, I acquired the different ways to do those languages. I don't think they're separable in this. So whenever someone comes up and say, oh yeah, you gotta immerse like a child, it's like, well, I went to school as a child. English was only learned in school. You think like, but don't you talk to friends and stuff? What friends? Like when I come home, I might use English with my sister, but I don't speak English at home. So that's kind of one of those things, like, no, it's you don't necessarily have to pick. You can do both. The question is not necessarily, in my opinion, a competition of what is best and what you think you can do. It's what you can do now and how you can make it better, so then you can do more later, as opposed to trying to squeeze in more things. My favorite, people use this analogy a lot. It's like that kid. It's like that kid that jumped straight to I don't know, rocket science, or thinking they could become like an astronaut, but while skipping over physics. Like, well, at the top level, you can probably still do it, but like, you can probably do this too. You can probably also somehow juggle physics while doing this. Probably. Anyways, I don't know where I was going. I just thought it was a funny line of thought. My analogies go into other analogies, go into analogies. Yeah, definitely don't stretch yourself thin. I think time is my scariest thing. It goes back to the very first thing that I shared today. Time. Time, or the aspect of effort in time. Without this management or this understanding, burnout is such a terrifying thing. And if you want to see some earlier on, like when I was younger, I had manic attacks. Manic attacks during exams. I just didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was normal. Like, since a lot of exams, right, causes me to, you know, how people always describe, like, oh, I choked on the exam. I just like blanked out. My entire brain just blanked out during the exam. And oftentimes they're referring to forgetting things. And I tend to relate to these people, like, oh, blanked out and choked, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't like, there were a couple people in my life that kind of had the same relationship. No, it's, instead of choking and blanking, there's too much. which is when people say, oh, I always overthink questions, or I spent too much time on the first question to make sure that is really good, but then I ran out of time. So that's what I usually say. Like, oh, how was the exam? If I said I ran out of time, it means I knew the content, but lacked discipline. And that's usually one of the banes, in my opinion, of my life in general. I think most of the time whenever something is put on a timer, it's a timer. It's the timer. And then this applies then to the lifestyle choice. When someone says they have 24 hours, I ask them, what have you been doing in those 24 hours? If they say they have 10 hours, you know, just 10 hours of, I don't know, thinking time, or 2 hours, I ask them, what are you doing in those 2 hours? Because without understanding what you're currently doing, you may lose track of time. And I'm personally projecting how important understanding time and effort. What is your time and effort ratio? Because time is literally literally unchanging in the way it progresses, but mentally it is incredibly dynamic, right? What takes 4 hours may feel less rewarding than what takes 30 minutes. So those 30 minutes may feel fleeting, while those 2 hours may feel like eternity. So, you know, time. And I wouldn't trade it up, because doing this is like fun time. I mean, this is the hardest. I think this, I guess I would say, TLDR, this is the hardest version of something that I like to do, which is to learn things. I don't know what's gonna become the end of WaniKani in another. At the pace I'm going, it's gonna take like 2.5 years. So we still got like a year and a half left, right? It'll be interesting to see what my thoughts are and how my analogies change in the future. What? Oh.
Taido.
Idol. Oh, that's my story for today. Okay. Ooh, I hope someone, you know, and I would like to hear other people's breakdown of how they negotiate their time and how they make their decisions. Obviously, I can spend days, hours explaining how I make decisions on dividing up my time. Like, why did I spend 20 minutes doom scrolling before stream, you know, before streaming? I think those 20 minutes give me some time to educate myself in what's trendy on doom scrolling. But then you're just like, and then some of the peeps might say, well, doesn't that end up becoming like hours of doom scrolling in the future? Discipline. I doom scroll intentionally. I don't doom scroll reflexively. I rarely do things reflexive. The things I do reflexive is eating and sleeping a lot of times. Eating and sleeping. And everything else is not too reflexive. It's a combination, not entirely reflexive. Right? When you start doing things reflexively, you may lose track of time. What am I looking at? Oh yeah. 手荷物。
手荷物。
手荷物。Hold? What the heck is reduce? Oh.
いい加減にしろ。
いい加減にしろ。Oh, that got me loosened up. I'm very loose now, which is nice. It's that old noggin juices are flowing, you know?
大統領。
I told you.
木曜日
I'm a lot more relaxed. All my wires are working. What in the world? Okay, it's gone. Kidding.
経済的
Is I think. Where did I go with O?
Thank you する
Thank you, Suru. Okay. Wait, I gotta look at this carefully a little bit. Okay. In case it's Joel. Joel and Seki. Sometimes.
批判する。
批判する. Okay.
県営。
And uh,
案外
Hangai. No.
不思議
Ushigi. Wait. Oh, no, it's just wonder. I forgot. Opposite. Opposite meaning. Oh,
社費
alright.
無力
Muryoku. Go. Okay.
金曜日。
Kinyobi. Okay.
あげる。
I get it.
固有名詞
固有名詞 What? Oh, wait. The other way. Oops. Oh, man.
飲酒運転
飲酒運転 Ah! What? This is like, it's not an issue, right? It's no big deal. Like, went off without a hitch. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, we're just gonna...
イライラする
イライラする Or... How do you like oh, maybe like to irritate? イライラする To be irritated. Um...
他動詞
他動詞 Tadoshi is... I don't know how long that's gonna last. Okay. Feels more like a rote memory thing. Excuse me.
混じる
混じる
評価 雨戸
提案
災害、済ます、責任感、
大丈夫。嫌疑。
会議無理光栄
脱衣
火災
保守主義寝不足増やす営む
案内叶える
なし
産む年賀状
応援
Heck. Words and I don't know what a pivot is from society. Or build. Oh, wait. Create. At least I thought it was weapon or in words. Create or establish, right? Kitsu. Because you're taking the weapons. It's oh no, it's not Kitsu. I thought it was like kit or something. Oh no, wait. No, when you're establishing something, it's different from the kit. Setsu. How did I get setsu? Oh, things are established in sets. Weapons. I'm not sure how great that is. Do I have a kun? Or is setsu the only thing? Oh, mo. Mo is one. Some say that weapons can be established or setsu or tasks like mowing. Okay.
Mia.
Yeah. Okay, let me think. Is this the... This is a figure of speech of some sort. Or this is, how does this work? CN... Like, eye on the season. I'll come back to it. I have some thoughts. What? Oh.
土曜日
Toyobi.
埋まる
Maru.
建築
Kensuku. Um. Wait. Oh, what are you? Ugh.
変態
Hentai. Okay.
昼寝
Irene. Okay.
脱走する
That's so suru.
立つ
That's.
わざと
Wazato.
確認する
Runin suru. Okay.
状態
Jotai.
寝る
Neru.
失態
Tai. How does one lose attitude? What lose state? Oh, disgrace. Yes, disgrace. Oh no. Wait. It's not what I think it is.
Hagaki
Hagaki. This one, man, I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep remembering Hagaki. I don't really pick up postcards either. I guess Japanese stationery shows Hagaki fairly often.
寝坊
Example. What? Huh. Yellow. Okay. Definitely like I don't remember what what word they ascribe to this. Or I think of it as like smooth. Smooth, or maybe even low. Oh no, wait. Might be thinking of something. Hmm. No, this is not flow. Flow is something else. This is more like shun. Shun. Which is instruction. Does that help me at all? Oh, good.
世の中、
世の中。Okay.
校舎、
校舎。Okay.
支援、
支援。Wait. Uh, what? Oh, yeah. What? Oh, what? I swear this was, what? I sworn it was Kenaku. What? I don't see how it could be anything. How do I get the acupuncture, right? Uh, uh. I think this is the separate thing. What you call it? We'll come back to this. One of my mnemonics is dropping somewhere. It's dropping like a context. We'll come back to this. Let's see. Sure. Human being, sure. Yeah, I know. It has evil in it. The reading is fine. It's just I'm trying to remember my mnemonic for it. Probably gonna end up being fine. Most of the time, these things are fine.
統合
Togo.
"営業
Egyo. That's not what you meant. You were just saying the reading on that word was difficult. I know that's what you're saying. That is exactly what you meant. And I was thinking exactly what you meant. And I said it was fine. Because we'll eventually get it. Because I'm still scrounging out my mnemonic. Because we wrote a mnemonic for it. So no, I didn't misunderstood you. I can read it like that if you want. Readings are not difficult in the sense that you might be thinking. I suppose we disagree on what you mean by a word is difficult or the reading is difficult. And I was giving you kudos because evil is in the reading as well, so it's a pun. So I knew what you meant, but I like the pun anyways. Or like the unintentional pun. So no, I was not thinking of one thing. I was very presumptuous.
機嫌
Again, let's see. Kigen.
"消費
Dohi.
委員会
Okay. Oh, wait. No? Oh. Xing. Xing. It's not Xing. They want for this radical. It's not a totem. So it's not a totem. What is it? I think we typed pretty much all the things. What else didn't I type? Happiness? Okay, let's add some more stuff to this. Happy, joyous. Enjoyment, enjoy. Okay.
羨ましい、
羨ましい。
更衣室、
更衣室。あ、更衣室。あ。Oops. 連絡。
評判、
評判。Evaluate and judge. Huh. Oh, wait. Reputation. That's a YOLO. I've seen one. Something's a bit off. Oh, no, no, no. What am I kidding? What am I
降り
saying?
る
What do you do? I'm thinking of something else. Entirely. Oops.
作用、
Ayo.
楽天主義、
楽天主義。
素晴らしい
Shubarashi. Alright, so we ended up skipping 10 of these. Wow. Life, big sword, mouth, pull? No. Oh no, this is Kitsu. How the heck do I know it's Kitsu? Put down your, I guess that's like consume or something? Consume. I might want to... Do we have a... Oh, we only have 2. And they're both Kitsu. Don't have no. Let's see, let's throw in stuff then. Alright. Oh, this is kind of aggressive. You might as well consume big swords through your mouth Then smoking, then buying a smoke. Oh no, this is too negative. I probably won't think of it this way. Oh, we could do which is worse. Which is worse? consuming a big sword through your mouth, or smoking, or a smoking itsu, or ending your life. Oh my gosh. I think that's not that great, but it'll get the job done. That's a little weird juxtaposition. Now I just immediately want to think it's Saiwai. Okay, so it did come back to me after skipping it the first time. Saiwai. And why does this work? Sai, why does Shiawa say about Ko's eagle's happiness? Oh man. Why did I? Oh, okay. I included eagle for E. I feel like I'm gonna. It came back to me after I thought Shiawase immediately, and Saiwai came up, but how do I want to go away from expressions, or I don't want to put them first. If I put them first in the mnemonic, it doesn't help. Okay. I think this one, should I give this one a pass? What else can Saiwa sound like? Oh, and it's Ko. Let's change this up. I don't like this. I think Ko starting thing is fine. Oh, likes to think. Cyborgs. And do what we do for happiness. I don't think I need the E. It's fine. We're gonna yes. I'm gonna break up Sai and Wa. Why? Alright. Skip this too. It's probably because was it In? Oh, probably is. Or it could be Iki. syndicate. Crime syndicate. I don't think there's any change. The last character. The last character is... I'm at a loss on the last character. Or less confident about the last character. Mm-hmm. Hmm. We're gonna come back to this. Oh, the meaning for this. Achi. When you have predictive powers, or it wasn't like hypotheses or presumption. Let's go to the next one. Expression. This is our expression. I think this is probably a typo, right? No? Ah. Oh, it is, because I forgot to, it's, whoops.
Buji.
Buji. Which is like, I'm gonna say safe and sound. Okay. More like without a, yeah, without a hitch. Okay. Just when you think you are safe and sound, a cow goes, appears and says boo and sends you to Jesus. Okay. I didn't think of the mnemonic. What was the problem? And I messed up on the left side, right? I keep thinking Han, but it's not Han. This is... I don't remember how it works. Temporary. Temporary.
仮説
Asetsu. Hypotheses? Okay. Hypothesis. And this deals with koi. Or hai. No. Koi. No. It could be Ren. What would that make it? Shoren? No. Definitely Koi. The only Ren that I know would be probably like Renai. So that means I'm missing the left side for first. First love. I'll come back to this. This is also a Heen problem. Oh. Wait. Oh, I almost had it. I attached this to a proper noun.
Shinamono.
Shinamono. That's kind of loose. Shina? Attach this to a name. Shina. The clue. The clue is in the... Unfortunately, I attached the clue to... the read to the meaning. And I don't remember quite... Actually, it's kind of one of the tougher of the. So we have 5 listed, right? Is this the 5th one? Yeah. I knew what the 5th one was. This is so. What do Ken believe is evil about acupuncture?
剣を
Ken. This is where I have to change the expression, right? Because all doesn't work. Kind of like a sigh. So Ken thinks it's disgusting and bad to rely on acupuncture, and what are our different? Ken dislikes. Ken dislikes acupuncture. And oh, we only got Obi for all. Obi is kind of. Let's use old. And older methods. Alternative methods. This will attach it to the acupuncture instead of Oklahoma. Was it Oklahoma or acupuncture? No, it's acupuncture. Oh, Haku. Okay. Next one. Let's write that one down. We'll write that one down as a refresher. So what's a Ken O? Ken O. I hate. Oh, what was the breakup? Dislike plus. Sorry, gone. Oh, evil. But equals hate plus Ken and modified that, right? So I think we're gonna start writing these now. Let's see. So where am I getting lost here? We have violence plus power or strength plus group equals crime syndicate. And we have what I think is ball plus it's probably Ryoku as opposed to Riki. And then I'm missing group. Which let's see, group plus group. Done. So 暴力団
暴力団
暴力団 Crime Syndicate. And now I'm missing. So we have right here. So we have guess, knowledge, guess plus or no, guess plus no equals. Oh, yes. And we have dot. It's actually datsu, but dot chi. Something about having knowledge. It's not the same as assumption and presumption. It's not the same as assume or presume. Then it's gotta be, it's probably something like if you have the knowledge inference or sense. Sense is pretty good. Let's write something for this. Okay, so you can guess, but you also kind of know. That's not true. That's not what inference is. You can make an inference as to what the answer is. You're not 100% sure, but you think you know even though you're guessing. Yeah, you know what? Let's look. Let's look. Okay. I guess that's good enough. You kind of know. It's not quite. Okay. Fair enough. So, I didn't even think of imply, but imply is the thing I thought it may be able to pivot to. Suggest or indicate something indirectly without stating it explicitly, right? And then infer to draw a conclusion or understand something based on evidence, hints, or context. Not quite the no that I was thinking of, but so how do we do this? I mean, this kind of explains itself, right? Oh wait, I already wrote something for this. Oh, I did write something for. So it's not guess and no, which is to assume. It's more like kind of no. Would be more comfortable if it was something like datsu fuchi. There's this in the middle of this. It's kind of like a wonder. Wonder is the opposite in this case. And guessing is not good enough. And they didn't use evidence for this either. Interesting. Let's see. So this isn't good enough. They have Satsuka. Satsu. We just go with Satsu from now on. Satsu. Have knowledge. We're gonna go with knowledge. Have knowledge of evidence that infers the that sense. That's interesting. That cheese is a good guess. That's a roundabout way of thinking about it. Alright, so now let's go back. Koi. So we're going back to Koi. What is this? This is inference. So presumption or assumption. I was gonna say something like presume. Presume is taking a guess as well. Actually, presume versus infer. Presume is to make a conclusion based on reasonable evidence, probability, or prior knowledge, forming an educated guess. To infer is to deduce or conclude information logically from observation, facts, and reasoning. The key difference lies in the source of the conclusion. A presumption stems from existing facts pointing to a likely outcome, while an inference is a direct conclusion reached by connecting observations. Oh, yeah, that's... Yes. So, can I read the first kanji? What do you mean by can I read the first kanji? You mean on this? Well, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Or trying to figure out a mnemonic for the first kanji. What do you mean, can I read the first kanji? Which that is first. If that's what you mean. Like sho. If you're talking about sho. But it's not sho here. This is probably... So we have first plus... We're gonna go with love. And this is a special read. So it depends on what you're asking, sensation, like which read you're talking about. But this would be koi. Must be a new thing, Seth. Typing okay. Okay, Seth. Good for you. Yeah, this is probably Hatsukoi. Hatsukoi for first love.
Hatsukoi.
Koi. Alright, so the last one we skipped. Nice season. So we have no festival. I think they no they use season, right? Setsu, but this is a special read too. So let's write this out. Season plus I It's turning point. And turning point. This is the full sheep. Full sheep. And me. So, fushime.
節目
Oh, and then we got 44 to go from 5 o'clock. Let's do the rest of the 44.
議長
Icho. Long deliberation? We'll come back to this. Something like has
Wazawai.
Wazawai. Okay.
飛行機
Kofi. Hmm. Wrong. Huh. Okay, we're gonna skip this for now. Not quite sure. Hmm.
「履物」
Kimono. Uh. All right, let's go through our phonics, I guess. Bread, public, and heart. Like connecting all the hearts into what? So, into a whole.
議員
In. Hmm. Oh, wait. Uh,
暴走族
暴走族。
立ち去る。
立ち去る。え Re came first. Oh.
議論
議論。Okay. Duh. Second duh. Uh. Acquire. We're gonna come back to this. What do I type? Yes.
手続き。
手続き。手続き。手続き。Or wait. And orders? Like holding your hand and providing instructions on how to advance, how to progress. Huh. This one's kind of close at the... like right there. Alright, we'll come back to it. Really? Oh.
混乱する。
混乱する。混乱する。To create disorder get disordered. Mix. Riot. To be in disordered. All right.
会議室
会議室. I often think of an office as a meeting room.
災難
I know. What? Oh,
宇宙人
宇宙人. Okay. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Didn't expect that. Come back to it in a bit. What? Oh, wait.
解説
Kaisetsu. 解説. Solve theory. So is understanding. Maybe not. Huh. Hmm. Kaisetsu. Alright. Skipping that for now. Winter tree. I think I had a problem with this. Feeling does not work. Something about not planting trees in the... Okay.
続ける
Suzukeru. Advance into continuous. So fine. Criticism would be one, or criticism, not size. I lost it. Was there, and now it's lost. Explosion, right? That's explosion. It's rate. Probability. Ritsu.
確率
Kakuritsu. I think Ritsu is kind of bad. Oh, it's poop. That's right, the poop explosion. I don't think we got Hiki or Izotsu yet. Oh, there's only Ritsu example. Praying to the cross because you have a explosive diarrhea. Alright. Oh, we'll keep that. It didn't take too long.
Tosan
Olson. Son. The heck? Oh. Kaisha no Tosan. Tosan no use. Ita yo. I'll come back. Chi has often been terrifying both ways. Plan. Moteru. Plan. Wadateru. Oh, it's like kind of cool. What do you plan on doing? What do you... Yeah, we gotta switch this up too. Cool. Expressions are not good. That's bad. I can't get that. Kuwada. Could do kuwa for like quantity again. Like, what quantity of did your da plan to bring for the party? That's okay. That's a little better than putting cool first. Okay. Jian. What the heck is Jian? Son of a bee sting. Oh wait. Oops. Tian. Something like duties. Matters? Or matter. Just matter. Affair. Fine.
比率
Bitsu. Ratio. What incarnation am I looking at? I think the top is supposed to be leaf, right? Leaf and shellfish. Hmm. Hmm. Kun for receive. Something about morals, and I have no idea. Oh, it's world. World is what. Do you have se? Oh no, it's just murao as their only example. Huh. Okay. That's fine for now.
外れ
Azude. It's like Hmm. Did he? Oh, wait. No. 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 Hmm. Jinen. Yes, that definitely. Something's a little weird there. We'll come back. Let's say oh no, that's not it. Randy. I thought it was like, it's probably
乱
midasu.
す
And how do we phrase this? Oh no, to confuse, to riot. Can I just write to riot? No. Put to put in disorder. Okay.
なくす
Nakusu. Or I guess transitive. Sure. How do I go up? Oh. What? Okay.
参加する
Nankatsu. Wait. Oh no. This has a turn. This has a like a turn of phrase for it. Oh no. Hold up. How do we stabby the body? Quickly. Oh. Chin. Like the head. Head. Wait, it's not sa. Cause why? No, we need the onyomi for this though. Or is it still sa? It could be sa actually. Why do I think it's like? Alright, we'll come back to this.
面倒
Mendo. Oh, we skipped 9? Oh my. Oh my. Things are falling off the rails. Deliberation and long deliberation. I mean, I kind of, oh no, it's in the front. Don't know. Don't know. 議題は何ですか? I feel like it's definitely a position. No? Is that an address? Huh. Discussion, long discussion. That does not compute. I wrote, what did I write already? It's a position of power. It could be anything from, it's the head of discussion, right? The head of deliberation. So, it can be anywhere from like president to chairperson. It's probably chairperson actually. Or chairman. Speaker, yes. Oh, speaker is good. Actually, speaker is... That's actually, I prefer speaker. I'll have to remember that from now on. Is the head of discussion. Person chairing the discussion. So not the same as chairperson in a, like, there are different types of chair people, but someone heading the discussion, deliberation. I mean, you could have a judge, a president, a CEO, a director, but chairperson, speaker. I think that's fine. I think this one... What am I missing here? This is... Okay. I think I might write this one out. Like, contain doubt person, right? It's a suspect. Or, yeah, it's a suspect. Can't suss this out. Because I probably have... Oh, it's probably the... No. I think I have... I think I'm messing up contain, actually. Or maybe... My gut feeling was Kaku, but now I'm not so sure. Wrong. Wrong. What else we have? This is somewhat of a figure of speech. Oh wait. No. No. I'm thinking of all you can eat. Don't quite remember the you have loiter sun. I think I'm thinking of as in present or submit as opposed to acquire. And then I'm thinking of toku. Meaning for this. Ezutsuki. Ezutsuki. Not in instructions. Not an explanation. What else could it be? What is like an instruction? It's not directions, but it's very much like instructions and directions. Procedure. Formalities, process. I'm gonna write instructions and directions. Although formalities is a great way to think about procedure, process as well. And this is intransitive. No. This is not adjective. It's this character. I think it's this character that is in common with the other one, right? So we'll come back to it. And then how to interpret this? You're tying the theories together, right? So you're kind of like solving things. Either it's solved or it's understood. It could be an explanation. Oh, it's an explanation. Okay. What the heck is this? Overthrow plus birth? Not every day that I get stuck on the nebulous meaning. All it says is the news of something of the father's company. Look, right? Look. News about this regarding the company, father's company. Oh, no. I don't think so. No. Maybe like to take over? Hmm. Oh, don't alone. Wrong. Wrong is definitely yo. I don't know what's wrong with the other two. Pretty sure wrong is yo. Yo. But something else. So yo. Yeah. Yo doshi. Yeah. Yo doshi. What are you? What was this? Tol-san. Mm-hmm. Know how to interpret that. And then city. Or maybe the city proper. I don't. Okay, I guess we're down to 6. That's fine. I think it might be time to write things out again. Oh, wait. It's not. Wait. It's not. It's not city. It's cloth. Yeah, it's cloth. Oh, what does that mean? Cloth and land. Cloth and land. Why am I getting it confused with city? What is city? What is she? I should sort that out. That's cloth. I was going for boo, but it's not boo. It's no, nuno. Nunoji. This means cloth. And this is it's a turn of phrase. Oh, I know what this is. It's sashimi.
Sashimi.
Is that gonna be continue to be a problem? Sa and me, but I lost the sheet because it's not actually in there. I had to connect sa and me together, and the only way to connect sa and me together into a word that I can recognize was sashimi. So this is yo moon. Oh boy. Suspect. Oh. What? Ay.
容疑者
Yogisha. Oh my god. I don't know what the heck is. And what is attain? Let's go with. All right. Wait. No. I thought that helped. I genuinely can't remember what. All right. Let's so we have the two, right? We have the two that we're okay with, or one of them is okay. Let's I guess it'd be one. Right. What time is it? It's already been 4 hours. Man, I haven't done my lesson yet. Oh, that's because we talked about other things today. So we hear what? I'm pretty sure this is attain or obtain plus body I feel like kind of like maybe experience, obtain somebody. That doesn't help. Attain. Oh, wait. Oh, Thai. Elephant. Attain body. Elephant. Now I don't know what this means though. It's probably Thai. 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 And I'm pretty sure Toku is the normal read, right? On is the kunyomi. So Toku had to acquire the body of an elephant to ascertain its character.
得体
Ugh. I'm pretty sure that's the mnemonic that I wrote for that. And this one was yo was what I was messing up, right?
形容動詞
Keio doshi. This is not adjective for sure. Okay. I would be very surprised if it wasn't. Keio doshi, that's fine. Those are all normal reads. And then now we're stuck on the meaning of this one. Again, the overthrow birth. Alright, so we got overthrow plus birth. I think it's still just to overthrow or something, no? What? What is this? No. Like overthrow and give birth to something. That can't be right. I think this is bankruptcy. I swear this is, oh, this has to be bankruptcy, right? I don't understand why it's bankruptcy, but the context sentence is bankruptcy. Or bankrupt, yeah, I misspelled bankruptcy. Oh, that's property. I'm a doofus. No, wait. Oh, no, I'm not a doofus. Property just happens to be the second meaning. Dang it, I should have defaulted to the second meaning. I think this one I'll let it pass. I went so far down the birth route that I should have thought about it as was it Chang, right? Or Zhang. No, Chang. And then I screwed this up because this is cloth, which makes it pretty much, oops, Nunozi. And this had something to do with the way I did it was even Jesus don't think it's wise to go out at high noon without a towel or a cloth. I think that's fine. And we have 6. Oh, that's kind of rough. Today was a bit rough on the more recent ones. The recent ones are kind of These are recent, somewhat recent ones. All right. Well, now we have like 100 lessons. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we start our lessons. All right. All right. Refreshed. Get a little hydration going. All right. Let's see. What are the things I need to do? We're gonna get ahead of things, right? So, Coons. All right. We'll go through our routine, our new routine, to keep things quick. We learned that this is Coon off the bat. So we got Kayui. All right, that's fine. Business trip. Interesting. That's weird. Business trip. You exit the building and stretch in preparation for your business trip. This is a routine you always... Wow. Exit and stretch. Office trip service call. Wow. That is probably a figure of speech. I tend to refer to these things as figure of speeches. So the reason why is often to explain the thing requires a figure of speech. So we might have to add an extra note. Business trips. Business trips require leaving the... I guess I could use exiting. Exiting a company. It's always usually referring to a company when you default to a company. Exiting the company for a long stretch of time. And the reason why I'm putting long is because long is also in it. Okay.
出張
Shoot. Cho. Makes sense. Shoot. Cho. Nothing special there. Obtain. Actually, I didn't make sure if attain and obtain. Alright, let's double check for that. So. I need to double check cloth first. Right. And I messed it up with yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't look at it closely and I just went down the rabbit hole. She is just ground. Okay. And then what we're looking for? Off this. Is it defined as attain or obtain? It's probably obtain. Yes. Or to acquire. Oh, it comes up as acquire. Interesting. Oh, it's probably acquire. Okay. And how did this work? Oh, the whole thing is a temple. Oh, no, it's a cut-off temple. They consider it as a temple. That's so weird. Duh. We were using duh for the thing, but Toku, I kind of lost for the longest time today. It's fine. Hopefully it's fine. Okay, obtain. We have vines and stool, right? So wrap vines around a stool to obtain. This looks like a show, right? Show. So maybe it's show. Give me show. It's probably toe or something. Oh no, shoes. Yeah, nah, shoes. It either goes show or shoe, or show. Show, and there's no she. I don't know if she gets shoes. Interesting. Yeah, pretty sure this is show. Konbanwa. Konbanwa, Moriko. Moriko. Moriko Hiki. Interesting. Hello. Shoe. How'd you get from show to shoe? Alright. Wrap vines around a stool to obtain it. I like that. I like that. Today you want to obtain a new pair of shoes. You tie your vines around the stool they're on and slowly inch them toward the door. Did you hear right that you're level 22 at the moment? I have no idea what level we're on. Let's find out. It's 22. Oh no, 23. Yeah, we're on 23. Are you using WaniKani? You're currently level 5, but you've been having a blast. How have you been using WaniKani, Moriko? What is your routine like? And then are you doing other, like, what else are you doing around all of that? What's your schedule like? I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but I'm often whenever I meet someone who is picking up like language learning, I often wonder what their routines are like their lifestyle. So like, what does your 24-hour schedule kind of look like? Obviously, if there's any personal things, you can just say personal. I'm often curious how people are balancing their lifestyles. As a personal share, right? As a personal share, this is the only time I use WaniKani. So all of the WaniKani things that I ever do is going to be recorded for some experimental purposes. So this is the only time whenever I'm on Twitch or on YouTube, like all the recorded things. It's the only time I'm using WaniKani. And it's the first thing I do in the day. It's the first thing I do every day. Because it's the most, I don't want to be taken the wrong way here, but it's the most unnatural thing that I'm doing. So it's the thing that I'm acquiring, like engaging with. It's the most interesting engagement that I have. So most of the stuff that I'm not familiar with are the things I do first thing. After running, I run in the morning. So we're here now after running. That's the only thing that happened before this point. You mostly do your lessons and reviews to smoldering dirtles. I saw that someone smoldering dirtles is great for the phone, right? You're pretty much using all the really good adjacent apps as well. Interesting. So are we talking about like Boom Pro and all of those? Like what are the good adjacent apps? There are quite a laundry list of them. No worries, you totally understand being interested in others' learning approach. You try to do your reviews in 3 batches throughout the day, setting aside an hour and a half in the morning and evening, and then about an hour midday. Oh, so do you time it with something that you do that you enjoy doing? Like maybe in the morning is after breakfast or during breakfast, and then maybe like lunchtime, and then after dinner or before dinner. You try to stay caught up on WaniKani, okay, Kame-same, okay, Ringotan, Boomtro, Anki, and then your own little personal drillers or various things. Wow, that's quite a lot. Do you do any, like, do you do other things outside of Japanese, out of that side of that? Maybe, some things that take advantage of what you're studying? That's a lot. That's definitely way more than I am doing. So, interesting. Those are the usual suspects for sure. What else could be thrown in there? Does Ringotan do what Migaki does? Hold up. Oh, okay, it's the writing portion. Okay. Sorry, not Migaki. Migaku. I was thinking Mikaku. Interesting. So you're also taking some time to do some writing. That's awesome. Japanese has invariably become your super hobby. Okay, but you can already tell you're going to have to slow down soon. May I ask, how long have you sustained this super hobby of yours? You really wish you were in a situation where you could do more output practice, but you're doing lots of talking to yourself to make sure you're getting pitch accent closest to accurate. That's fair enough. Self-talking is you can't, one cannot snooze on self-talking, you know? Talking in general. Obviously, I spend most of my time talking, so it's absolutely killing you that you didn't get into Japanese sooner, but as of now, you've been in it for about a month. Why killing you? What were you doing in the meantime? You know, it's been about a year, like it's been 2 years now. Like we're closing in on 2 years. And yes, we're closing on 2 years because the first 300 was Duolingo Japanese. So this is now we're like 330 into WaniKani. I mean, I've been listening to Japanese since 5, so I'm not sure what kills you when you're getting into Japanese sooner. Like it just tickles you it just tickles so many parts of your brain that you never knew would have, or I would have probably looked into it years ago. Interesting. Is there anything particular about Japanese? Because I'm obviously it wasn't particularly partial to Japanese. Did any other languages tickle your brain, or just the activity, or perhaps not like other things like mathematics, science, and whatnot? None of those tickle your fancy? Curious of the aptitude of the learning process. Like, I am not the as a big disclaimer, I'm asking these questions for transparency. I'm asking these questions because the part that interests me is the learning process and not necessarily the subject matter. So it's interesting to see what motivates people and collectively. So whenever I bump into someone who's willing to share or speak, usually I talk about learning process and habit formation and whatnot. Well, you've been coding for so long that you guess that you just took up the spot in your brain that would have been piqued by a foreign language. Interesting. So you have a coding background. That's kind of humorous because there is a very strong coincidental, it's still coincidental, but you can make a very strong narrative supporting the parallelisms between behavior that involves coding and pop culture, especially hobby-oriented pop culture. They're pop culture now, but it used to be like closeted culture. I'm saying this in a very neutral manner, or attempting to say this in a neutral manner, and that is often associated with Japanese, particularly, which it's actually kind of interestingly reflexive of the Japanese culture, that particular part of the Japanese culture that creates resonance, as opposed to like, oh yeah, I've been coding for a while, it's time to go pick up Spanish or something like that. But usually Japanese. But hear me out, this is a self-selection. I am learning Japanese. I happen to like the things also, and I don't necessarily consider myself having a background in coding, but I did code at one point for other purposes or like bioinformatics purposes. You think it's most surely be the language that gives one the most puzzles to solve, wouldn't you say? I don't know. I'm my family's Chinese. So that'd be kind of difficult to juxtapose growing up. Here's an interesting puzzle that I may posit at you. Imagine learning a language in which there are no formal texts to learn, but only by listening and speaking. That's kind of the lifestyle that I have. If there's any language that beats it, it's surely Chinese. Well, you see, I can only bring up Chinese and Japanese because of my background, but one would argue that those who know a Slavic language or an Arabic language would be having a different conversation on things off like Sanskrit and stuff, which I can't read anything of, obviously. It's an entirely different region. But coding, I would say, is another facet for puzzles, for sure. Coding. Speaking of which, you've ever played a Zectronics game? You mentioned puzzles, and you mentioned language so far. Have you ever played a Zectronics game? Because that might as well be a language, but it's kind of a language in the sense of logic, right? Logic has that sense of language. And I'm not sure if you're into linguistics yet, but there is quite a lot of parallelisms. I'm referring to the Arabic language right now because one of the linguistic enthusiasts, like an influencer, right, online, that's very proliferative, he happens to be one of his native languages, the many Arabic languages. So he ties most of his linguistic interest, the puzzle thing, the puzzling together stuff with other languages off his inspiration for the Arabic language. You're not too into gaming these days, but they were right up your street. Yeah, I'd say those are closest to assembly program than anything, but of course that counts as language. Yes, exactly. So if there's anything that I would say is closer to like scratching that itch of what I think you might be referring to when it comes like language, and it gives that most puzzle feel, I think using logical systems in puzzle games like a Zachtronic game is a fantastic way to say, if you're okay with this, by all means pick up Japanese or something. Prefer, like whatever language maybe you find the appropriate lifestyle. But I played 3 Zachtronic games. TIS 1000, which is my introduction to that thing, to his games, and then Shenzhen and Space Chem. Yeah, absolutely. You never made the connection until recently. Yeah. So my background, I have only coded in Python most of the time. Imagine I still remember doing a project where you had to code a game in Python. So I used like the Pygame, what do you call them? Pygame class. I forgot what the module is called. It's just a Pygame, and trying to think how to code scorched earth in Python was a puzzle in itself. It's kind of like if you took Japanese, right? And I asked you to describe your favorite game in Japanese. That more or less represents what the puzzle is like when it comes to programming languages. Package. That's right. Packages. That's what they used. Yeah. Nowadays, I've dabbled in multiple languages, and the semantics kind of get lost because I'm more or less a dabbler in coding. I only code for purpose, for application, as opposed to like completion. So sometimes I'm like, what do they call it? A module? Sometimes you get to like, wait. Is that a class or an object? I was like, wait, are those parameters, or do they use a different name for that? You're much more partial to Ruby, and there we have Dragon Ruby for the same ergonomics. I see. Ruby, I don't know pretty much anything about Ruby. The only thing that I hear these days when it comes to like coding pop things is you're either stuck with doing assembly, or in terms of like other things, it'd be like Godot or something like that. Godot, Unity. Nah, it's just Godot and Unity, really. That's because I play video games. Other than that, seeing that you're not really into video games these days, so you occupy yourself mostly with language learning these days? We'll keep moving along while we're doing this. Somewhat embarrassing, Ruby comes from Japan, and still it took you until now to see the label. I was unaware Ruby came from Japan. Interesting. So there are things. So Japan has a coding language. Interesting. Ruby, huh? Yukihiro Matsumoto. Interesting. Yeah. I'm a novice in coding. Do you do it professionally right now? You code for work? Okay, that answers my question. So your whole day is language in one way or another. Yeah. For me, hear me out. You could also say that I'm in language one way or another every single day too. I focus on communication. So every time I like consume media or watch a movie or show, what I do is I write I write and express, like write for purpose of communication, so for sharing and disseminating information. But if you're thinking about it, one downstream use of language is to or one large component of communication is language. So typically learning a different language would allow you to perceive things a little differently when you're communicating. Like you said, you think you've been into coding so heavily that your brain never realized it could have the same joy or more from a foreign language. I see. So you're doing some more exploratory tasks after. Did it start with joy though? This is a take on behaviorism, but did it start with joy when you were coding? Was your coding career or work from a place of passion prior to its normalization into a habit? And then now you could kind of say that your interest in foreign language is an extension of your coding habits, but which more or less then is a sufficient way to connect your interest with your career. So your way into the practicalities of it all, how to get good at conveying ideas, and largely mediums, right? 100%. You think it's amazing that you've come up with ways to tell machines what to do. That is a very I'm gonna have to take that. That's really great. I think that is a really wonderful way to think of coding, to tell machines what to do. Have you ever seen a show called Humans by any chance? I recently watched the now canceled, 3 or 4 years ago canceled show called Humans, and it's not really a coding thing, but it deals with AI. It was a show ahead of its time, in my opinion. But when you're saying telling machines what to do, oh boy. We live in a precipice of, having responsive communication tools. So I'm kind of that guy that's downstream. So you might be able to tell what a machine, you might be able to tell a machine its limits, right? And command what it does in its routine. But now we're living in a somewhat of a weird place where you have responsiveness, and you can use your communication skills, the adult your language communication skills, to try to affect or impart routine orders to what otherwise are machines with subroutines, right? And my thought is, boy howdy, this show is fantastic. If only it wasn't canceled 4 years ago. The show is predicated on an anachronism, which is a sudden leap in technology that enabled sentience in AI technology. The synthetic and the hardware part was already circumvented. It was already invented in this world. So that's what the premise of humans are, where the technical and hardware has already been overcome, and then now it's about the coding and stuff. You haven't worth it? It's kind of tough to know. It ends at a cliffhanger because the show got when it comes to worth it, it tends to focus on the closure part. The world is about to become so very strange. Not to sound crass, but I think our brains are just monumentally intricate machines, and so I see nothing that would inherently preclude us from one day emulating them to a T. What do you mean by that? You're talking about the thing emulating, or the other way around? Are we talking about the speaker human to machine or machine to human? That is one way to look at it. My background is in genetics and biology, so I would say it is very certainly possible. However, there are fundamental physical things that are not emulatable. Otherwise, they would be one and the same. But when it comes to like the behavioral outputs, right? Like the task and operational ends of things, I would say yes. What happens in a brain that doesn't boil down to IO? The material that it's made of. So like the reconstruction of a machine to emulate life, could I elaborate? You can produce the brain, right? But that would be the defining feature that separates machine and man. So when you make the brain again, you are making a human being. So what I mean is that's when categorizations cease to emerge. They are one and the same. So like categorization exists to make things distinct from each other. So it would be a logical fallacy, or it'd be a cyclic argument to argue when a machine becomes a man. So I agree with you in the sense that you can probably convert one to the other. That is still involves the point of like emulation. And so when you're talking about emulating, you're probably talking about keeping something that is different but outputting something that's the same. The thing that's responsible for receiving the inputs and outputs will fundamentally stay the same, stay different, because they are categorically different. So from a biological and a genetic standpoint, a human is a human and a machine is a machine, because they are definable by what is taking the input and the output, not necessarily how they're using the input or the output. Certainly you can make a machine act like a human being. I have no qualms with that. Or a human being acting like a machine. Actually, in the show Humans, that actually did happen. Are you effectively saying that the map is the territory? I'm saying the categorization is different. So what it comes down to IO, input and output, that is a categorization of only the process matters. Whether a machine has a brain or a neural network connected by synthetic parts, that is a different way to elaborate the categorization. So like when it comes to, can a machine walk? If we both walk, the category is the act of walking. How they walk or what is doing the walking would be categorically different. Like a machine's moving legs will not be the same moving legs as the organic matter that is in a human being. So there's going to be a human leg and a human machine. Or like a human like walking machine. Like the machine is walking, the human is walking, because they are made of two different things. Now, when they are made of the same thing, they are no longer categorically distinctive. So in the argument, like for semantics sake, a machine will become human and a human will become machine. When they're one and the same, we would have a different word for it. It would no longer be human or machine. So for me, I agree with you that a machine can emulate all the inputs and outputs, but I'm not entirely sure if, like, do you know, like, it's one of those things, like, if everything becomes a singularity, can they also determine if they're different anymore? If you know what I mean. And I often wondered this because of how the science fiction tackles AI, right? Whenever you see a post-apocalyptic depiction, or maybe like an anachronism, alternative history depiction of science fiction, a machine wants to become human. So they want to become eventually indistinguishable from humans. So no longer is that distinction between man and machine exist anymore. And when you don't exist, can you appreciate the differences anymore? That's the irony, right? When you want to become something the same. I'm not entirely sure if having something try to emulate another thing is the ultimate scientific interest. I think having two different things coexisting is phenomenally emergent, as opposed to trying to have two things behave the same thing. I guess what you were trying to say is that if we fed the same stimuli to two separate entities, say a human brain and a computer, and got back the same exact actions potential from both, in what way are they appreciably distinct? How they approach the solution. So if a human brain and a computer resides in a human body and a whatever the computer resides in, if the computer is not equipped with legs, or if they're equipped with certain physical restrictions, they might come to the conception of the same action, but that doesn't mean they would produce the same action. So like, you can make the argument that choices, this is like deterministic model, right? You hope that the human brain and the computer has the same capacity and therefore can carry out the same actions. Therefore, when they conclude that their stimuli are the same and they can address that stimuli in the same way, that they would do the same thing. Inherently, that would have to make the human, whatever the human occupies, the same as whatever the computer occupies. So a lot of times, like science fiction writing applies this. When a human is capable of something, like say the receiving a specific stimuli, and the computer, like the android or something, receives the stimuli, the android might say, well, you have to open the door, right? And the human will think you have to open the door. But much like most humans, when they invariantly are different from each other, so will machines be variant from humans. Each human next to each other will be variant of each other. So you can still have different outputs. Like, for example, if you compare two humans, if you gave them the same stimuli, you would hope that they have the same output. But we know by human condition that that is not the case. Even trying to weave in stochasticity to try to explain it would be probably not as deterministic. You haven't outright disagreed with anything you said, but we might be talking about two different things. So give me a scenario in which the same stimuli that you think would hypothetically lead to the same outcome every time. I mean, you could also argue that the universe is stochastically not random in any chance, so then maybe that's a little bit more acceptable. But that's like kind of saying humans will always behave the same if they're given the same stimuli. They may agree and output similarly, but I wouldn't say it's the same. There's not exact same. Like, I think the potential is still the same. You said action potential. So the possibilities are the same, provided everything else stays the same. I think there are things that are fundamentally different unless the computer is human. Or they're indistinguishably not computer and human anymore. They're one entity. I think even humans can't even behave similarly. So if a machine is trying to emulate human capacity, humans don't even behave the same to the same stimuli. Maybe similar. Well, you're a determinist, I imagine that. So you feel that way, it's just that we have no way of recreating the exact condition under which any given stimuli is enacted. Everything's always moving. Exactly. And humans are ever spurious, right? When you ask someone not to speed, when you give someone the speed limit is 50 miles per hour, you'll have a varying output by the human being, right? Various human beings. And if machine is meant to emulate the human brain, they themselves will be spurious as well. Spurious to a significant enough that it creates what we call the human condition at the moment. But if you're a determinist, one would say that provided that every human being was manipulated in the most ideal situations to live the most identical paths, that they would inevitably be within the same, like, it would be negligible, their noise and their action choices. I guess that you would have to speak to the origins of understanding if there's stochasticity when it comes to like genetics and a birth, like the probabilistic nature of being born and having specific like physical limitations, and which physical limitations feed back to normalized behavior and whatnot, right? Like how does one English speaker, we'll make it more relatable to language learning, right? How does one English language learner pick up Japanese a lot easier than another English learner who foreseeably, through the use of the English language, should relatively have negligible statistical differences between them, right? But yet statistics still inherently reveal that the human condition creates spuriousness, however cultivated and normalized the behavior is. It would require a singularity, right? A singularity event in human brains to make humans behave exactly the same and deterministic. Just to be clear, we're almost certainly a long way from understanding the brain enough to copy it. Yep, that is true. But there's nothing in principle that will impede your approach, and that's how you got into coding. Exactly. I think focusing on the inevitability is not something that is very conducive to motivating someone in the present, right? So despite all this science fiction talk and whatnot, I obviously find genetics incredibly fascinating. My background is in genetics. So a lot of times when it comes to like structural biology, I'm not in structural biology, by the way, or physical biology, where they talk about like the molecular interactions or the probabilistic nature of molecular interactions and protein like synthesis and gene activation. But there are a lot of oftentimes when you think of how to understand systems, you want to remove the stochasticity from the system, as in understand it in a way that is predictable, despite thinking it's random, right? Like coding, you hope that you can understand the system so well that there is no randomness. The randomness is lost because now you understand that it is no longer random. I have a PhD in genetics, in molecular biology. My PhD was like 7 years ago. I'm a little bit on the older scale. So I was very curious about your it was in retrovirology. I largely was concerned about the site selection, the things that affect the retroviral life cycle. So like, to really like super quick, I like stochasticity, or trying to understand stochasticity. So that has always been my mind. So you have a virus, right? And this virus, your DNA, right? Let's just say your DNA has all this stuff, right? You know, there's all these sites on your DNA. But the virus, when a virus enters, it has a bunch of DNA, right? Or not DNA, but this is an RNA virus. So it gets to choose, or does it choose where it will integrate? So retroviral life cycle. And hear me out. Like your deterministic nature, right? Like your determinist nature, I agree with you. I want to understand that it's not random, right? Like, I want to understand that's not random. So like this, you would think that if this is random, what would you think the distribution would be? If your DNA looks like this clumped up thing with like a bunch of things hanging around it and all this other stuff jumbled in, and the virus gets in, it's got to insert somewhere in this long strand of things. What do you think the distribution is like? And if one was deterministic, which is kind of how science is quite a bit too, much like coding. If you know enough, if you understand it enough, like know enough factors, you would be able to explain all of the places, right? And that's where like computational stuff comes in. You can use computational power to try to ascertain that by simulating it 8 billion times over. Like, so you could take an entity and say you know use like quantum computing, right? And you can simulate the stochasticity like 8 billion times over, like 8 quadrillion whatever unimaginable amount of times over, in order to correlate and correspond a distribution of this, right? And ultimately hope that you can explain it, and that would be really cool. And by the way, computing in my area of interest back then, I no longer work in science, for the record. I no longer, but the thing that I definitely learned from the use of coding, right? Coding is that you can try to synthetically simulate most of these things as a way to inform the deterministic impulse of trying to determine if there is no stochasticity in a system. And that to me is like science in general. When the more you understand, the more you want to make sure you want to remove the randomness, the uncontrollable element. And this was my interest too, and it bridged computational, because we had a system where you can create a biological phenomenon, this thing, and then you can profile where it landed on the genome, and using that profile try to map out the conditions in which it causes this virus to integrate in those spots. And those spots have a biological pathology. And in this case, this would be a tumor. We used a tumor as it. So we extract the tumor, which often, for lack of a better thing, when a virus inserts into a gene, it could cause a cancer transformation. And a cancer transformation typically results in a tumor. Tumors are often monoclonal or semi-monoclonal for that one transformation. So what happens is you can extract all this DNA or the genome material, and it'll enrich for a specific site, and then you can tell what its distribution based on how many copies of it. So a tumor can have millions of cells, and all millions of the cells will have a specific copy. So then you can tell where all the sites are, right? And that's how you like correlate hotspots for transformation. If you're wondering where like cancer target genes studies and stuff, but this was 7 years ago. I can only imagine how far it's come nowadays. It really rained on your parade when you found out that quantum mechanics introduced a bit of randomness. Yeah, for now, right? For now, maybe. It's one of those things like you always have to ask yourself, maybe. Is it because we don't understand something? And I totally get what you mean by being deterministic. Like I can totally empathize, but at the same time, there are so many things as like I guess conservatively from a professional standpoint, I rarely ever say I'm deterministic, because I acknowledge that with every with more understanding of the things that I study, the less and less I actually understand about it. It's one of the human conditions. Unless in the future some magical technological advancement removes the human condition, which is one of the human conditions, is that whenever new information is found, more questions relate to the new information. So if someone is able to create a technology that is infinitely scalable, then yes, certainly that would remove some of the human condition out of it. But for myself, while I can be deterministic in a closed system, like coding, for example, is a closed system, the field of biology and like other physics and whatnot, the physical sciences and whatnot, they are in an open system, a system in which the participant is observing the system it's participating in. So however we disguise it, that unknown is often written off as randomness or spuriousness. I'll use word spuriousness. I think. Oh, this is such a fascinating conversation, and this is why we're both learning Japanese. I'm kidding, but maybe I'm not kidding. All right. It just rain on your parades, right. It just seems extremely intuitive to you that if we could in fact have all the variables, right, omnipotence, right, or omniscience, what stops us from predicting precisely what will happen? It wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't stop us, right? It won't stop us now either, Moriko. The human condition dictates that we will still try to. Nothing stops us even without knowing all the variables. That's, at least in my opinion, that's what makes the human condition beautiful. The condition is the human condition is both kind of catastrophically cynical if you're, writing a post-apocalyptic dystopian science fiction, but at the same time, it can be a utopian, idealistic portrayal as well, where one of the potentials of human potential is limitless, right? Because whether they know all the variables or something that's strivable, they continue to do so. And you hope by the deterministic model that you have about AI and machine learning that you can create a sentient being, or you would think that then humans could create something that can emulate that potential, which is that humans do things despite not having any clear solutions. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be mirrored in my lifetime. You can give the appearance of it. For sure, I/O, like input and output, you can possibly give the appearance of it. I'm not entirely sure if there are things that are built on logical systems and construct on known variables, right? Because we're using a system that's supposed to emulate on existing known variables. So whatever we don't know accounts for the human condition, right? So inevitably, the creators who have a human condition of not knowing everything would most definitely within our lifetime create an emulation that doesn't know everything either, possibly even less than the creator themselves. So inherently, maybe way beyond our lifetime, there would be some sort of infinite scaling thing that circumvents it. I think the creator who doesn't know everything cannot emulate themselves because they operate in the system that they have to create. So they are always going to be missing information without a creator that knows more than itself. That's my opinion, obviously. And you can kind of see it, you can kind of hear the determinism in my explainer. I'm deterministically acceptant that when a creator that has the human condition of not knowing everything, right? And they go to proceed to create something, the thing they create are likely going to be equipped with less than the creator themselves, until an accidental emergent property happens of the thing they created surpasses the creator, which that's often that romantic gesture in science fiction where if you give the capacity for them to discover, self-discover themselves, they are able to emergently discover things that the creator otherwise cannot. So hear me out. If that is true, then the thing they created is not the same as the thing that created it. So that would still create a counter argument to the idea that a machine and a man, and like a machine and humans are the same thing, right? Like that's kind of one of those things that distinguish people, right? So I don't know where the line is crossed there, but if the goal is to learn everything and humans want to create something that will learn everything itself in order to give back to humans, the thing that learns everything, what will happen to the thing that will learn everything? It will perpetually be different from the creator itself. So that creates like a really weird cyclic conundrum, right? Like you would have to create something that wants to be you. And because by the nature that they want to be you, they can't possibly know everything. Sorry, I've watched way too much science fiction. Like when the characters do a monologue of what motivates them and like how they explain their motivations and stuff, you can just see like, wait a minute, if they want to do this, that will lead them to do this. But if they're going to a state that they couldn't possibly know everything, there's no way they can know everything in order to do the thing in the first place. Like that's like the weirdest. It's why humans are so silly, in my opinion. I think thinking humans are silly, and that's what makes humans really, really cool. I'm not sure if you want a machine to to be that way. It offends let's see. It offends some deep sensibility in you that everything is just Monte Carlo simulation. Maybe everything is just a Monte Carlo simulation. I haven't ever phrased it that way before, but that is a pretty apt way of placing it. You do like that aspects of removing randomness, but you have to grant that there's some beauty to life's alleged randomness. Still, I think the line will continue to blur. I agree. Yeah. So here's I'm gonna do a deterministic turnaround on this. The beauty to be able to appreciate, right? To be able to appreciate the alleged beauty, right? So ignorance, in my opinion, is born out of intelligence, in my opinion. Ignorance can spawn intelligence, right? But with growing intelligence, right? With growing intelligence, it spawns more ignorance, right? Now you can create this web even bigger. So like with more knowledge comes more ignorance. That's one of the human conditions, especially in the thinking mind. When you learn more, you have more questions about things you don't know, right? And that's because, and one of the limiting steps of the human condition is mortality, right? Now if we go with the alleged randomness, so ignorance can often be synonymous with randomness. Now, oftentimes with intelligence, there would be a mitigation of randomness, or the appearance, the perceived mitigation of randomness. So it gives you more control. I think the word that we would typically use is control. You would have more control, right? However, with that comes more randomness and ignorance. And in order to appreciate this constant cyclic nature, one of the human conditions is to rationalize. And to rationalize this is to be able to also condition one to appreciate the beauty of the randomness. Because if one cannot appreciate the beauty of the randomness, it's ever present. And well, the last time I checked, you can make an argument that this ability to rationalize and appreciate the beauty of the alleged randomness is not random. It is a condition, the human condition, to offset the natural order of this occurrence. So all the stuff could be argued deterministically because humans are rational, right? Humans are rational. So the stuff that's normalized to appreciate it is born out of the ignorance and intelligence. And that I think I talk about this a lot. Not in the sense we're not talking about big pictures. Now, instead of talking about the big picture, which is an open system, right? It's an open system. We can try to think of it as a closed system. And oftentimes closed systems are things like a little bit less closed, a little bit less open, like hobbies. So when you think about like behavioral consequences, I love thinking about behavioral consequences like it is some binary function of like a simulated response. It is a way to like try to reduce behavioral response, like behavioral patterns. Like for example, if someone had a bad, a food experience as the first thing, what are their possible outcomes, right? You would try to stimulate it in your head or make some predictions. So I approach behavioralism and understanding like that too. You can try to operate it into a closed system. So know as many variables, right? Know as many variables while reducing the number of variables. And that is science. You close the system off sufficiently in order to track all the variables that you can keep track of in order to operate in that small closed system. And then you hope to make the system bigger and bigger to enclose other things. But it's crazy how emergent, which is what you mentioned, like how emergent at every level is. There's no denying that there is infinite information in this universe, but we may even slay that dragon too. Maybe, yeah, one day. You're having a blast? Excellent. Love your brain. I bet there's for sure some correlation. There's probably some self-selection with Japanese language learning. For sure. The human brain is essentially a big pile of emergent phenomena. It is. And it will, I don't think I will ever see the end. Like, we won't live to the end of that. I think, hear me out. If foreseeable that humans slay the dragon of infinite information, I feel like humans would perpetually create more emergent phenomena. Like the word you said, I thought you might have said perpetual. I think the human brain is essentially a big pile of perpetual emergent phenomena. As in, when the phenomena is like seemingly solved, it will lead and create more. It may even create things when there isn't anything. Like, when was the last time you saw paint drying and then you realize, okay, we kind of know how this works, right? You ask that enough times, someone will find the absurdity to delve into paint drying to the point where it creates new phenomena. And that's kind of something that I feel, I'm not sure if a machine has yet to caress. And I think that's the big ticket, right? That's the $1 billion, 8 million trillion dollar creation. The idea that the machine will create out of something. It will no longer be bound by its strict routine, but it is emergent in its thinking. So it will seemingly create things when there's nothing to create. Or it has a desire to create something, or like a solution to a non-existing problem. Like that, the moment when a machine, like whatever someone's subroutine comes up with an idea where they're like, hey, you know what? What is the, you could ask something like, what is the shortest distance between A and B, right? You could make an argument, a line, but then you can do other IO manipulations. You could say, but a machine could ask, what if it's uphill? What if it's hilly? Would this still be true? And so this type of thing is something that humans have to find to emulate, which is the idea of you're asking things that don't exist in the system. So like if this is a closed system, humans still have the propensity to ask outside of the system, because that's what characterizes humans, right? It's the spuriousness or the potential spuriousness of considering things that are otherwise not considered in the system. Technology. Okay, hold up. It happens all the time though. Whoever invented chess would get smoked today. That's fair. Technological advancements almost inevitably proceed to conquest, so we're surely in trouble. We proceed along our current path, but it can't be helped. Humans, that's another human condition to be discussed for sure. One of your favorite things is contrast, and humans are the absolute peak of that. There's something tragically beautiful about the thing at the tippy top of the food chain, particularly wipes itself out through sheer hubris. I think we should both definitely share our favorite science fiction list. One of your favorite, okay, hard to tell whether that loop is a virtuous cycle. That's like, yeah, I read that earlier. Well, so that's exactly what I was referring to earlier about action potential. Sure, there are trillions of them, but whether any one fires under a stimuli is a binary choice. Possibly, yes. Like a binary choice in the sense of you do it or you don't. It's very easy to get overwhelmed by it all, but I think the trick is to just appreciate the absurdity. Well, I'm in that. That's why being acceptant of these things allow one to alleviate for focus in the present, like their obvious interest in the moment, right? Understanding what you're working towards is somewhat of a great thing, but generally speaking, the human condition isn't going to be circumvented anytime. So the absurdity is when it goes beyond the bounds of the human condition. Like mortality is a really big one. A real Turing test, when a machine wants to know exactly how many birds are in flight over the surface of the earth. Yes. Imamade. Indeed. I would say I can't wait till someone tries to imitate, like give you the perception of that routine, where like you tell a machine to walk, right? And it just decides to run instead. What am I describing? A kid? or hear me out. Nothing stops someone from watching anime and understanding nothing. And like getting nothing from it. Like I'm not entirely sure if these are, so it's breaking logic, right? It's breaking logic. like the safest, when someone is asked what is the safest route, when you think safest, like what does that mean? So inevitably I think those who make, who think about these things are also the creators of these things, in my opinion. The ones that ask these things are the ones that end up creating these things. And the thing about that is, I don't know if a creator that can constantly ask this question is going to be able to make something that is that. I apologize for, but also love that I was able to distract you, ND. Thanks so much. You have a fascinating outlook. Well, hey, for the record, I have these chats all the time, or like I try to have all these chats all the time. That only makes learning things more interesting, in my opinion. I think the goal is to think and learn. And I think being able to talk about these like random chats and digressions and whatnot and fascination is largely why I think language learners may be able to appreciate why you learn another language. Like if you ask a machine, right? we'll end it with language learning, I suppose. If you ask a machine, why learn Japanese if the machine is already programmed to understand English? How would a machine go about doing that? Actually, how would you go about doing that? I think 9 out of 10 times the human says, I like it. With no conceivable deterministic realization of what that actually means. Interesting. Very interesting. I use behavioral psychology, right, as a you could call it a rational coping mechanism for not being able to explain decision making, like overall decision making, in the sense of controllable decision making. And yet, I would say that I spend most of my life utilizing those same patterns in order to help others, maybe like influence to some extent how others make decisions in the first place. But there is an explanation under the hood. We're just poorly equipped to understand the mechanism. Hear me out. Are you familiar with the concept? This is in a lot of science fiction. When you have an infallible, the concept, this particular psychological fallacy, which might also that doesn't exist in closed systems. When you offer an infallible argument. So one of them is we don't know. We don't know enough. And I use this too, as a way to like be acceptant. But we don't know enough is infallible. You cannot counter argue against we don't know enough. So oftentimes like, well, how about we find a closed system in which we do know enough, but it would end up finding something that we don't know enough, right? So I'm not entirely sure how to understand how to like respond to that, other than we don't know either way. Like, since it's infallible, right? You do try to avoid making, like, for example, we don't know that it's random. Since it's irrefutable, right? It's irrefutable. It does not prove anything. Like there's no not only can it support any possible outcome, this since it's irrefutable, it has no conceptual answer. Which, by the way, is a really wonderful science fiction question that people ask when they talk about sentience. Right? Because sentience, often one of the properties of sentience is choice or free will. And because some people say we don't ever know enough, right? Then do you really have a choice or do you really have free will? Yeah, it's irrefutable. Not only can you make an argument that there is free will or free choice, you can also argue that there's no choice or no free will. Feels bad, man. I say this with a humor because I don't usually wrap my decision making around this type of thing. Imagine if we could feel our neurons. Oh, dude. I've handled a neuron before. I guess it's just not clear where freedom of will could come from. Yeah, because we don't know enough. It's irrefutable. Doesn't it suck? Like, hear me out. Okay, now imagine. This is silly. Imagine you're a human being on this closed system, and somehow you leaped outside of the system, of a bigger system, right? At least you'll then know what the entirety of the system is, right? But I don't. The last time I checked, when someone leaped outside of the human, like whatever the observable universe is, I think the closest thing is death. Sorry, that's a dark joke. I'm sorry. That might have been a little dark. Sorry, dark joke alert. I think the closest thing that a human has ever done, or the most regular thing that a human has ever done that leaves outside the system of their system that they're observing, is probably death. Because they are no longer of this world, but at the same time, they're still the building blocks and whatnot. So you still can't. That's still pretty close, though. That is closer than living humans, a dead human being. I would say, not that you can conceive yourself or understand. A hydrogen atom can't choose. It just goes about hydrogening all the time, and of course the same is true for all other elements. If the fundamental building blocks just always do what they do, when's freedom? It's interesting. Yeah, that's quite an observation. You'll have to ruminate on that one. The death thing. Yeah, some people, like most things, since it's irrefutable, right? Irrefutable. When we have, in my opinion, irrefutable things, in my opinion, we form social constructs. Social constructs for acceptance of that irrefutable thing, right? And that's usually in the way of like spiritualism. Spiritualism is a wonderful example. And often I do suggest spiritualism for those who may have like a very unhealthy, potentially unhealthy relationship with humans not being omniscient, right? Not being omniscient can be a very deleterious thing. It could be like a crisis situation when you start thinking like, well, if everything is irrefutable because we don't have enough of the universe, I might as well just stop and give up, right? So oftentimes spiritualism is one of the rational social constructs to help with irrefutable circumstances. And the hydrogen atom thing, that's kind of a fun task, lots of people use reductive logic, reductive observations in order to explain emergent properties, right? So like if you're taking atoms, right? When we're thinking about atoms, they have to behave in some way. They have to behave in some way. And then when we leap up into different emergent levels, the question is, now you're taking, let's just say atoms are codes, right? Codes. And then when that emergent level happens, because there's no bridging between the emergence of certain things, right? This part creates that alleged randomness. Which is a really wonderful topic that constantly is pervasive in like the relationship between physics, chemistry, and then biology, which I talked to another person before about the tiers of emergence, right? The different emergence. Categorically, a person who's very fascinated about physics say that physics can explain everything that is in chemistry and biology. Much like taking an analogy of atoms and choice, and then be able to explain that there are no such thing as no choice in an emergent human being, right? So in that way, you can make that argument, which is compelling. I'm not entirely sure if it's conceivable that the emergent property will be something controllable. So what I mean is, if we understand enough of like the atoms and stuff, certainly we should be able to produce everything that we observe in chemistry, right? So when we can do that, will that become emergent? And then that's the problem, right? So the more we understand, the more emergent things can happen. Unless we operate under the idea that the more we learn, there's a finite of emergence. So what I mean by that is we are learning to a finite limit. And yet we made a comment about the infinite information of the universe, right? So I don't know. Is in order for physics, the analogy about understanding that the atom has no like choices and then it can reconstruct higher emergence, that would also be possible if assuming that there's a finite limit to understanding physics, right? And that's actually one of the, in my opinion, one of the operating principles behind physics. There is a universal law that they want, right? Like it's finite. There is something that can unify all of that. Now, it's funny because once you have this, I would love to know if humans will be able to. I won't live long enough to do this. I'm too old for this. Like, there's no way this is going to happen in my lifetime. You know, there's a very slim chance. But you take this universal law and you will enact it to explain all the emergence. Explain all the subsequent emergence, right? And then we will have our answer, which sounds like a wild display of eventually getting to the human brain. Now hear me out. There's also convergence. Convergence happens too. So you know, science can do convergence, which you take chemistry and go back to physics, and then physics go towards chemistry. So you can have a convergence of ideas too. And yet it's one of those things like, let's say we put chemistry and physics on a number line. I'm just like BSing. This is like me yapping away, but it makes for a really fun, entertaining brainstorming. There's no like evidence or things. This is not based on evidence. This is a like philosophical take on science. Like every time you think you're getting closer, right, to a universal law, your position ends up expanding the resolution of its position. So like, for example, when chemistry gets closer to physics, right, they're converging, right? The stuff is converging. Oh, and then it's converging. But then the distance gets reevaluated to be even longer than it was before in some people's eyes. It would take a person to believe that getting more information will bring you closer to a finite goal that allow you to reach to a finish line. But I have my reservations, because when it comes to the human condition, when you learn more, it feels like the distance is further. You have more things to learn. Resolution increases. Now it might not be this. It might not be like 1-to-1, right? It might not be one. So say like the scale is. But then when you get here, the scale might be this. And then even smaller. And then even smaller. So what happens is I'm not entirely sure if there will be a time when humans, at least a human entity, will be able to appreciate. Anyways, accepting the tiniest of one's life is crucial to feeling content with the human condition. Yeah. I think many branches of spiritualism stress that point, but we can get it from just looking at the universe at the extreme scale. That's fair. That's fair. You might even call that a form of spiritualism, because that is a belief system at the extreme scales. To believe that things are deterministic is a form of spiritualism, right? Because we're using belief. We're acknowledging that we have faith in something, right? Whether it's a faith in science. I know this sounds like a little bit like oxymoronic and maybe semantic counterintuitive nature, you know, a twisting of words if you have me. But believing that you can appreciate the universe and its like eccentricities by looking at an extreme scale, that is still a belief, because evidentiarily, with evidence and observation, you cannot see it. Like you can't appreciate the scale other than the scale that we have. Sorry, I was doing some SD reviews, but I was listening. It is wild how it all connects and builds upon itself, and understanding the process at work. Work there is definitely a noble goal. Yeah, and I kind of, I don't know if you still work in Discovery. I don't work in Discovery anymore. But like academia, I guess. I'm not sure if you're into academia, but I do love reading other people's work, right? I think I spend the large majority of my time consuming other people's things. So most of the ideas that I have, for lack of a better word, are emergent from all the things that other people have shared that I'm privileged to consume. And then the yapping that I've been doing with all these like loops and conundrums and stuff, I didn't read anything to surmise these possible contradictions in human logic and fallacy. I built them from the foundations of the things I know. So you could make an argument that much like atoms and lines of code, you also have logic, right? So someone who has a foundation in this, and this, and utilize and wield this with any input of information to arguably deterministically produce emergent realizations. And that would be like part of the human condition, right? And now for the coup de grace, right? For the coup de grace, that's what language learning is. That's why language learning is awesome. I'm just saying. Why, in my opinion, language learning is a self-contained. You might even argue it's somewhat. If you snapshot and view language learning as a non-naturally evolving language. So say you want to only isolate and stop Japanese 2025 and less. So you somehow isolate it. Say you tell the internet, okay, don't give me anything outside of don't give me anything older than 2025, right? Once you make a snapshot of that language, it is officially a closed system that has lots of seemingly stochastic events, right? But this is where the attraction of linguistics come in. I'm not a linguist. I'm not interested in linguistics, but I can see the interest when I listen to a linguistic expert or a linguistic hobbyist talk about these things. That is where like linguistics and etymology, right? Etymology becomes so fascinating to them because in a way, this is a closed system that has specific things and it can all be like explained. So this is a natural process that can be explained when captured and recorded. So language has that, a natural language. So when you think of puzzles, oftentimes conlangs are not quite the same as natural language. And here we are again. We'll draw one parallelism. This is more machine. This is more human. So it'll be interesting. Oh, there is a Black Mirror episode. That dealt with a simulation in a machine that systematically creates their own language. But that's besides the point. It was kind of rudimentary, actually. It's like it takes in the guise of like a video game, and then that language was exponentially expanded because it's a machine, so the machine could iterate on its language to be like heavily dense, so dense that it was incomprehensible by the human that they were trying to conduit through, and then eventually it led to the complete capitulation of the human race. It's Black Mirror. So this is why I think now going all the way back to Japanese, right? The natural part is where the puzzle comes in. It often feels like a puzzle because humans, yes, they have the same action potential to make things rational, right? But there is also irrational things. And that puzzle comes with a lot of fun noise. And I think learning Japanese is perfect encapsulation of that. Sorry, that was my plug. It's a complete encapsulation of that. I think English is but we both already speak English, but I still learn English to this day. I actually learned a lot of English from studying Japanese and Chinese again. Like a lot of English. Like I realized that corporal yesterday, this is from my Chinese lesson. I realized that corporal is not the same as corporal. But hear me out. These guys are related. Related in in a way that it took punishment for me to realize that. How to say corporal punishment in Chinese. What's great about Japanese is you're loving both the rational and organic pieces of it. Yeah, exactly. I absolutely love it. Chinese also has that too. Most natural languages do have that. However, it's whatever language you fall in love with, and I think that makes it less conlang. Less conlang, and it infuses the humanity for now. Well, but why isn't it corporal punishment? I don't know. Well, I kind of know. Sort of. No, I don't really know. So, corporal, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Don't ask me. Like, this involves the physical body, right? The physical body. This also involves the physical body. But this also involves the rank. So that's something different than this. So maybe it's like because it's a punishment, it dealt with the military. So because it's military, it has to use corporal. And then corporal is used for like science. No, science fiction. We'll just say science fiction fantasy. But they don't want a military aspect to it. I have no idea. I low key typed into Gemini and I wanted to differentiate between the two. Right now at level 5, everything has so far made sense, but I know the explanations where there even exist will get murkier as you go on. Yeah, and it'll be fun. I think you'll like it, in my opinion. Like, hear me out. Human condition. Human condition talk. When you do something, right? Learn. When you learn, when it becomes learned, it's a habit. When that habit is maintained, it can lead to complacency. This is like the human condition chart here. Complacency. In order for this habit to stay healthy, or habit could be like career or something sustainable, right? To reach this, one must learn again, right? And there's one really natural way to learn things, which is to observe a human evolving thing. And what are those things? Well, you could choose a sport if you want. Sports or a natural language. Because inevitably natural language is involved in culture, and culture is ever learning. So while you have the 90% position, or 80%, however, of a habit, a complacency is kept at bay when there's a novel input. And outside of conlang, right? Conlang reaches the finite. But the creative process that's involved in conlang is not finite. So you can also do a creative approach. So this creative is not learning. It's application. Right? So that's the alternative way to go about it. But humans live a long life and they have 24 hours in a day, so you can do learning and creative application. And when you're learning a language, at some point, some people will find that they will start to treat it like a conlang. Some people. Actually, it happens quite often, far more than I would like to admit. People start treating it like a conlang, and then what happens is it leads to complacency. So in order to reduce this complacency, they engage in consumption. And consumption is often taking input from a creative source. That does infuse potential learning, right? That's immersion, etc., right? Alternatively, they can take the language in which they reach this conlang kind of mentality and decide to create with it. So that involves creating social links, writing, teaching. I'm kind of leaning on teaching, but for me, it's explanation. It's for communication. And the act of communication, not necessarily communicating in Japanese, but that type of thing. So you infuse more of a human aspect to the thing to keep it from becoming complacent. Now, the thing machines can do is, when do you think we want to program a machine to become complacent? Like, imagine a machine, an idle machine, becoming complacent and withdrawn from their task. That's where humans have to address the idea that these are human condition issues at the moment, right? When you have a habit that is used to nearly 100% of your capacity, complacency occurs, where you no longer have novel input of any form, whether you don't have a novel output in which it causes novel input or a source of novel input over time. It's interesting that exolangs, the coding analog to conlangs, often feel more human, but that's probably down to them being usually being rather silly. Yes. I think to me, I would love to hear, like, a year down the road, right? I'm still gonna be doing this for some time, as long as I don't die in the process or like have a horrific accident. In a year's time, I'm very curious if you can. It would be interesting to pick your brain on the parallelisms of your coding background, because coding backgrounds tend to be conlangs in general, like further along with conlangs, and then comparing its like use cases, pros and cons, or however you want to approach it, with finally also learning a natural language. To give you a bit of a background, there is a disclaimer for myself. I was multilingual already. So as a kid, technically, I realized that originally I defined myself as monolingual, but it turns out the average threshold for like perception of engagement in a language is a little bit different. So technically I'm multilingual. So I had two languages that I primarily spoke as long as I remember, right? Common English is my common language, but my mother tongue is Fuzhou. However, that also affected how I look at conlangs, especially like Python. And what's really interesting is, I don't know if you've imagined ever, I want to know if the experience of having two natural languages going into a conlang situation, or a more conlang situation, Python is like the highest of the computer coding. It's the closest to native, like one of the ones that are much more native than the lowest languages like C++ and etc. But Python, I wonder what it's like. I'm not sure if you're monolingual, by the way, before you started learning Japanese. It would be interesting if you happen to be multilingual already. A vast majority of people who, when I started learning Chinese and Japanese, a lot of people made a comment that you should focus on one, right? And oftentimes those people, when I used to only do Japanese things, like Japanese learning things, most of the people tend to be monolingual. However, since I started doing Chinese and Japanese, and sometimes I'm still working on Spanish, how to manage that time, but since then, people tend to self-select themselves into monolingual preference. No, multilingual preference. So it's not like they have to be multilingual. You don't necessarily have to be multilingual, but you want to appreciate having multiple languages. So they're lingual promiscuous, so to speak, instead of monolingually pragmatic. So I think the two like things that separate things is monolingual enthusiastic, you know, like conceptually, those are like very heavily enriched, versus monolingual pragmatism. And what's a monolingual pragmatism? When you want to learn a language, focus on one. Because if you decide to distribute them between two, they will interfere with each other, and that's the only possible way that it could happen. It's usually viewed as interference, and that's usually when someone's acquiring their second language. And no, a conlang did not help that either. At least anecdotally speaking, when someone knows a conlang, it's still this. It's still largely this type of mentality, as opposed to like, oh, I'll just pick up Python. If I already know Python, I might as well pick up C++ and you know, Ruby. So it's a little different, right? So those who have this enthusiasm tends to be promiscuous, and they often come from a background that might be multilingual already. Did I learn English and Fujianese at the same time? I have to speak Fujianese with my parents. They don't speak English, or they are unable to communicate that is sufficient. So it's out of obligation. So they technically in the span of one day, I will always be speaking English and Fujianese. They pick up English as a second language. Proficiency is insane. I did not pick up. I went to school for English. So English is my English is formal education, and Fuzhou is immersion only. I don't know if you know these buzzwords yet. Like, I'm sure you've heard these buzzwords before, but there are so many times when people tell me that one is better than the other. One is better than the other, right? One is better than the other. I will let you decide which one. Yeah. I forgot how that is, like all something all the time. Like, I don't remember what the F was. Oh, yeah, like French or Japanese or whatever languages is. It's like all insert your language all the time. Yeah. That stuff. Would you call it one is better than the other? My life, the reason why I make this disclaimer is my life is that the answer to me is both. It's a balance. And it relates to human complacency. Again, I'm a habit formation kind of guy. So it relates to habit formation. To maintain habits with a positive outlook, in my opinion, one of the foundations is to have a balance. What's the difference between a habit and an addiction? An addiction is not balanced. It's not moderated. Right? And you might be thinking, well, the last time I checked, loving Japanese unmoderated doesn't lead to bad things. Like, I'm not entirely sure if you know, but there are people out there, when I ask them, not people out there, I think it's like 7 out of 10 times when I ask an intermediate person, the 3 out of 10 are fantastic, but I think the 7 out of 10, when they get stuck into a habit, a specific habit, like very specialized habit, their language changes. Yeah, I know, the lack of a better word, but their expression in English changes. What they usually talk about is grind, have to, make time, don't want to, slow, draining, and very different from someone who has a balance approach. And that's where that's where I come in at least, and I hope that other people come in the future, where you while you can specialize, you can have the willpower to do so for sure. Like you'll excel by all means. However, when someone comes up to me and say this is better than this, it's very difficult to share, like really communicate that when you grow up compartmentalizing those two things, and then someone comes to you and say you can't learn a language formally, you can only learn it by using immersion all the time. I can tell you now, being almost 40 years of age, I am learning things formally because immersion left gaps. And then what I learned formally, I'm learning the gaps. So the thing that I was talking about, like Japanese is letting me learn about corporal, or Chinese is telling me about corporal. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. That's a great example. Interference can be positively, yeah, reconstructed as cross-pollination, but that does come down to individual learning. Yes. So, what would you say are the biggest pros of immersion over formal learning? If I had to be like super generic, right? Super TLDR. I'm gonna link it to an early concept that we were talking about. Stochasticity. That would be from a behavioral standpoint. So my focus on habit formation would be that the biggest pro for immersion is stochasticity. Formal learning does not have stochasticity. Formal learning is standardized. You totally agree that a balance should be struck, but it's hard to 50-50? I don't think it's 50-50. Yeah. Balance, balance, I think one of the things about the difficulty of balance, or strike a balance, is there's a routine that's missing most of the time in people's lives. And that is lifestyle balance. So oftentimes when I'm thinking of how to determine if they have a lifestyle balance, like they have decision-making issues, right? Or problem-solving skills. Problem-solving skills or critical thinking skills, like diminished critical thinking skills. It often can be it's evident in their lifestyle prior to integration of adopting a new habit. So when you think about lifestyles, you also think about habits or formation of habits. So in order to ascertain whether they can struck the balance, you know, in the first place, are there foundations? Do they have foundations in which they are able to do that? And one of them is a routine on self-evaluation. And self-evaluation is emergent. And the reason why I'm saying it's emergent is because while someone tells you they learn 100 kanji in 3 months, what does that mean to you? It is emergent. to the person that's using this data. So when you have WaniKani tell you you learned 100 kanji in 3 months, which is that's a reasonable amount. Like I'm thinking of like statistical averages here. You can use statistical averages to do that, but how would the decision making be involved in this? Some people might say, oh, I have to get faster. Or is this slow? These are the most common answers or common questions in the forum, in the WaniKani forum. So you can go and read and observe, make your own patterns of realization, emergent realization by looking at the threads. I read the forums like maybe once a week before my session just to see if there's like new anomalies of behavioral questions. One of the most question is, am I moving too slow? Usually it's phrased in am I moving too slow, because negative feelings drive desperate habit formation more than positive things, and positive things tend to dampen the habit formation. So this type of thing is required to be assured that you can strike the balance. For myself, 20% is used for learning and 80% is used for practice for myself. So I don't really strike a 50-50 balance. It's funny that you've been thinking about making a topic to ask if you're going too fast. I don't want to be deterministic, obviously, because I can't predict the future. But there are a lot of behavioral the thing about the internet, right? When you understand the internet a lot, self-selection is so powerful, right? Self-selection is incredibly powerful. So when you observe like a system with a lot of like threads and stuff, you can, without AI, but you can use AI, obviously. AI data mining all of this would be very relatively, it can be very helpful to develop awareness, right? As a human being, right? Awareness that can, and this awareness of this behavior can meld with your irrationality, right? And I think that's one of the things about balance. Balance is not one thing. It's a constant thing. So oftentimes what is absent in the forums, and you can't measure this. It goes back to that irrefutable thing. You don't know. So what percentage of people don't say anything because they can strike a balance, but the balance is not a balance, is constant adaptation. Like one day you just want to learn more. One day you want to learn less. How do you manage that? And then how you can produce a cycle that is consistent. How do you create an environment? When your routine involves persistent self-evaluation, the nice thing about this is that evaluation often is perpetual. And that's what I have been doing the last year, 2 years of language learning. It's not where I start. It's where I am right now. And where I am continuously inform where I will go. Not where I'm going to be, where I will go all the time. So with every 30 days to 100 days, I do a self-evaluation, and I record all of these self-evaluations actually. It takes 7 or 8 hours just ruminating to myself and then writing it on the piece of paper. Yeah. Heck yeah, it is always now. Yes. You can use the past to guide what is now. You can look to the future to provide motivation, right? Motivation. Or no, actually, I take it back. I did a distinction between motivation and passion. Motivation drives the now. Passion is the future. And the past is reward. So, a pro call, someone that I speak to from the UK, tend to challenge me with like really fun questions. And one of the questions recently, like 2 days ago, he asked me, do I think, what are my thoughts about motivation and passion being the same things? And my first thought was, well, we could say we want to think passion and motivation are the same things. Then the null hypothesis was that they're different. So try your best to make them different, to convince yourself that it's different. So I came up with this little routine that I've been working on actually by coincidence, which happens to be the differentiating between passion, motivation, past. The internet is full. In the now, we have so many points of motivation. Motivation is wonderful because motivation is external a lot of times in our life. Passion is internal. When you have a passion for something, despite all the futility that you can see even into the future, you can still do it because you have a passion for it. But in the meantime, your goal is to find every way in which you enrich for sources of motivation, preferably a dynamic situation, which relates back to the question about the biggest pro of immersion. Immersion is dynamic. So they often tend to provide sources of motivation. Motivation cannot overlap because a single source of motivation is just that. That is the source of the motivation. So it's attached to his identity. In immersion, this source becomes murkier, right? Because your content, your situations, those things are dynamic. So it provides a lot of source of motivation. Now, if you're going to flip the question, what is the biggest pros to formal education? You'll probably hear this in app development all the time. Consistency. What is usually the word, the euphemism that people use for consistency? Discipline. So this is a balanced skill set for self-evaluation. One of the biggest pros about, or one of the arguable pros about formal education is standardization. It is consistent, so you can form disciplines around self-evaluation. It is with a dynamic stimuli that challenges your self-evaluation process, that enables you to combine them for perpetual habit formation. It is not one or the other, in my opinion. If you completely immerse yourself, there is a complete lack of discipline. It's completely operated on faith and intuition. Formal education is unnatural. Unnatural creates order, closed system, consistency. Doing things consistently in a humanly manner is unnatural. It's very non-human characteristic in this context. Not in the sense of like, if we're talking about eating or sleeping, we're not talking about like human instincts here. We're largely talking about the social constructs that we force ourselves to do, right? So discipline and consistency, that's not natural. Like inhibitions, say what? So for formal education, if you are lacking the social structure to understand where your relatives are, your standardization, a structure like formal education may provide you with the foundations of starting to develop your own self-evaluation process. And that's where I got most of my discipline from, formal education. I absolutely loved formal education for its use case. And then I love immersion for its use case. So I do both now. And oftentimes it's indistinguishable. I self-evaluate my enjoyment of science fiction over time. You might even say this might be getting too inherent, but my intellectual exploration of movies, TV shows, and news and pop culture is disciplinarily regulated so that I do not become progressively disinterested in oversaturating myself in a particular intellectual pursuit. And that might sound really anal or like super micromanagement, but it's both. I intuit this now to some extent. So oftentimes it's like, well, I've been in this rodeo before. I've seen 3 shows of this particular nature. Now it's time to try something new or try something different or iterate on something. So that's kind of the way to stay not bored with your life. So it's always now because you're always working on the now, right? And having a passion for that means regardless if the future makes me like a Japanese dilettante, it's it's irrelevant since my sources of motivation are often ceaselessly supplyable. It's like bottomless. So regardless of how terrible I might do one day, any one day is in a continuum of a journey, right? And that's... Write this up. You'll have to save it for next time, but you love to know more about your self-evaluation. Oh, hear me out. If you want to hear what my self-evaluation process is like, I did a day 100 and a day 200, specifically only regarding WaniKani. And it's like I don't usually refer to my YouTube channel, but these things are recorded on YouTube. So I told myself that every evaluation period is going to be every 100 days. And I prep for them as I'm going. And I do the same for most of my projects that go too long. So this part, my 100 days and 200 days, it explains like how I'm using WaniKani, what I'm going to change, what I have changed about it. Like I used WaniKani vanilla, just straight up vanilla for the first 100 days. Try to explain my thought process. And then in 200 days, we would cover all of that. And then 300, we have other processes. So it's one of those things like I start somewhere, I stick to it, create a habit. Because of the habit, which is through formal training, I can then use that as a way to evaluate and then improve upon it, right? Rather than having someone tell me the problem. And pretty much anyone can find a problem with something they don't desire. So like I can tell you all the problems of WaniKani, but that would be an isolated way of cherry picking. So what we can do is we take the product, be as openly observant as we can, then iterate on it for the next 100 days, then the next 100 days. And then whenever I go on to the next one, which by the way, Boon Pro. I know you mentioned Boon Pro. Boon Pro is on the list. I'll buy the, I'm going to buy, this is a teaser, the lifetime thing at the end of winter, right? Winter sale. And we're going to take all our routines that we have in WaniKani and we're gonna jerry rig it into Boon Pro. So what I mean by that is I'm going to execute my routine into Boon Pro. So right now, the reason why I started with WaniKani and then attack on HanziHero is because HanziHero is also an SRS mnemonic based system, but it's for Chinese. Now I can run parallels between them, and then Hanzi and Kanji are one and the same because I'm learning traditional. So all these things are running back and forth. So whenever I'm learning this right here, this is show. I'm pretty sure this is show, which is written the same way, or slightly different, but close enough, right? This is to accept or receive, and the character is the same, or it can be written typographically like this, right? And that's Chinese. And the system, you can run really parallels, but the mnemonic is very different. Like for this, we have what, shu? And it's completely structured. It's a construct. They're using a construct of English. To get show, right, for this is Shrek, outside, which is 1, indicated as 1 because the tone of this is 1, and then it's in a bakery. And then the story to accept is that when Shrek was outside the bakery, the foreman, or a folding stool, I think it might actually be a foreman in traditional. And then this is a torch. And a foreman. So the foreman gave a torch to Shrek in case it gets dark outside of the bakery. Show, receive. Because the foreman gave, so Shrek received a torch. YouTube is how you found me. Oh, interesting. You definitely needed to hear some of that. It's probably the case that you're oversaturating at the moment, but you're hoping you'll be able to tell when the balance is off. Yeah. I think oversaturation is really tough to want to. I think humans, I know how this sounds, but humans naturally want to oversaturate, because more of a good thing is a good thing a lot of times. Discipline I feel is one of those things, like, you hate to do it, but discipline is one of the ways to moderate things. Without discipline, it's difficult to know what your baselines are, right? When you're operating on intuition, you can use like Einstein, not Einstein. Everything is relative. Everything's relative. And what I mean by that is the now of you is the relative of the past, right? Like it's relative to the past. But when you go further, it's going to be still the now of you, and now your relative is the previous relative. So without discipline, like record keeping, right? Record keeping is a great way for discipline. Formal education has grades, right? Grades and structure. Without this, you can't know how to get back here. Like, so when you oversaturate, progress could feel like it's insignificant. You could feel bogged down. You could feel long and grindy and helpless. You could forget that this same progress is not the same as this same progress. So there are so many ways that this can... I don't want to be a victim blamer too much, but a lot of the stressors of long-term language learning is almost unfortunately self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, not in the sense of being aware that self-inflicted. It's more like what is normal for an internet user can be somewhat the barrier to consistently doing something and still continuously finding it rewarding. Let's see. You search for WaniKani because you're looking for an API token that'll let you test your scripts with better data? At level 5, your API response are a little too thin for proper testing. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, you know what? I'd be really interested in seeing what you end up creating for API. WaniKani has such a wonderful community for API like farming. Like utilizing the API token. God, you must have thousands of mnemonics floating around there. Do you do any other sort of memory strengthening activity? Okay. TLDR. TLDR moment. I keep writing TLDR incorrect, right? Is it like this? TLDR. I Mind Palace. Most of the time I do Mind Palace. And Mind Palace with crosstalk. I know, a bunch of jargon, right? Mind Palace, I think these are the words that people use. Like, cue the internet jargon. I don't think these are new things. These are not new things. They just happen to be referred to these things because of pop culture. So Mind Palace and crosstalk. Use Mind Palace for abstractions initially. And those abstractions can then utilize crosstalks to one object. So when you say memory strengthening, ordering things can provide a memory tool, right? So the idea is if you have A leads to B leads to C, how many ways can you get to A? Right? How many ways can you get to it by crossing your wires? So instead of trying to constantly think of it as a series, instead of thinking of it as a series of things, you try to run as many parallel things along the way, right? So when you have a great grasp, I don't know how often you use Mind Palace things. WaniKani doesn't use an ordered framework. So if you're imagining myself like doing this along with HanziHero, WaniKani has a scaling issue. I'm still trying to address the scaling issue, which is a lot of these things when they're talking about it, they're so isolated. So you have this, right? This would be, say these are the steps that it takes to get you to a read and a definition. The next one, for example 1, the next example would be like, it would be entirely separated. Now on occasion, the Japanese language itself overlap, right? So let's say this is the noun and this is the verb. So you can have like and then it leads to that, right? And that is it's a memory tool. That is a potential memory tool. Now, imagine doing this intentionally and not reliant on the semantics of things. So instead, I intentionally invest forward and do that. So no matter what, all my uns now and all my kuns and all the definitions and all the radicals are clustered into an entire unit. And all those units are then arranged in a very specific order, in which then this one object can represent many things. So whenever I think about like one thing, wherever I enter into this, I have multiple routes going out. And then those multiple routes can come back in. And the idea is like, if you think about a neural network, yes, chunking, yes, that's a good example. Yes, chunking, aggressively chunking, or I call it like a compression, right? You're compressing while providing sequence. And then sequence creates a framework. Yeah, consolidating. Consolidating is a great way too. Now, consolidating and compression means that maybe some information might be lost, right? So it might not be quite the same as those. So hello there, Bree. You're on YouTube today. Hello. So like for example, ABC, right? You can look at it as ABC. That would be not chunking. Those are individuals. You can think of it as Ebek, Abek, Abik, Abiks, Abiks, or something. And that would be chunking. So now the reason why I say it's compression is because like compressing, you have to unpack them into their individual things again in order to be usable for language. Because the chunk, this whole thing needs to become the individual thing. So this would add a step. If you want to retake the mnemonic, like in case you need to default. However, in a language, the chunking ends up actually being the kanji itself. So like it writes itself. So when you have these products, this is A and B already, right? You've done this pretty much on your own. Actually, WaniKani, it works with WaniKani as opposed to against WaniKani, right? So then when you learn the chunks, you have to move on. When you learn the individuals, you have to learn to chunk. But it's more like compression. Because the moment you forget your chunk, which is the thing you want, you have to unpack. You have to unpack the two to form the chunk again, right? But you have to be able to do both, back and forth. So when you're doing it back and forth, this creates an opportunity for crosstalk. And what I mean by crosstalk is whenever you spend time decompressing into these things, what other thing has this? Well, right now, no other thing has this. How do I know? Because Vines was first introduced this level. This is the new thing. What has folding stool? Oh, there's quite a lot of folding stools. I think a good example would be probably like, oh no, wait. Yes. Like this. Right? This is build or establish. Probably establish. So now you have crosstalk. So if you can go here, you have a chance of attaching, well, if you obtain something, if you build something, that's kind of like attaining a building. So those are the memory strengthening tools or activities that I do for WaniKani, or like this type of device. And it's not appropriate, like it wouldn't be as beneficial if you're doing something else because it's not like designed appropriately for that, at least in my mind. So now whatever I learn on HanziHero can help me guess what WaniKani is, and vice versa. So both of them are, I don't spend I don't spend on average 2 hours learning only Japanese, right? The whole only thing. I'm actually learning both. So in a way, Sequencing, where sequencing comes in, is it's more like a filing system. The filing system helps you with a routine that you can improve over time to reach a specific success rate. So, for example, right now I've done this in the day 200 review. Right now, I'm using the highest emergence. So there are different emergent levels, like really fast TLDR, right? The first one is feeling. If feeling fails, I move on to the next action. Then I do reads. Then I do definition. Then I do radicals. And then if all that fails, then I move on to stage of mnemonics. And mnemonics is going the other way. I start with the basic, I go bottom up. So then it would be radicals again. But this will be a different take on radicals. Then this will be English aided radicals. But while I'm doing this, so then I would do this in the reverse order, where I would go from radicals to the definition, to the reads, to the feeling, right? Alternatively, while this is happening, I can do a separate check all at the same time if there's any Chinese relevance. And then every time I'm learning a lesson for Japanese, I'm asking myself, do I know the Chinese? And then what their relevance is. So for this, I no longer learn lessons based on because I learned is whatever they say here. It's whatever is relevant to all the stuff that I learned before. So here I see vines and a stool, but I also see a stool and a torch, right? This is a torch and vines. And this is a stool versus a folding stool. And I can even remember things like the difference between who has stool and who has folding stool. And I also know, because of folding stool, there's also a form-in contradiction. WaniKani does not distinguish form-in. HanziHero does. HanziHero distinguishes the difference between these two, which is actually a criticism of WaniKani that people bring up. So that's why I also say form-in. So all these are crosstalk. You have lots of crosstalk. Sequentialing and organizing it in some way helps you negotiate the nuances of your interference or potential interference, in my opinion. And I don't know if this stuff is good or not. The idea is I'm trying it, and then whatever sits is what I'm going to keep improving upon. Some other people could say, like, I'm just BSing. All this stuff makes things difficult. Like, in 5 or 6 years, it's going to become unbearable. What I can tell you is this is how I sort my, like, 18 years in science. So I guess if language causes me to overload in 18 years of science, and this is assuming that my learning abilities stayed static. Now, this might not be a great talking point, but I'm getting older, so there's a chance it might actually go down because, you know, human memory and all that stuff could go. I don't know, I could get dementia in another 10 years or so. I wouldn't know, but for the record, at the moment, I think I can at least scale up to 2 or 3 years of learning more than one language. I mean, I was, you know, doing 4 or 5 different multidisciplines in science before this. And this is how I sort things. Now, is there a rubric for this? Or like some sort of standardization? I think there are people out there who are very good at doing this. Mapping this stuff out. I think the one thing that really comes down to it is start small, consistent enough, then you challenge it with novelty, and then iterate again. Obviously this sounds like, oh man, doesn't that just sound like coding? Like, yeah, well, yes, it most likely sound like coding. Only now you're committed behaviorally. So what I would say is the reason why I used Duolingo originally was not because it was the best. It was to create a standard on which I can iterate on it, right? And it might sound crazy to you, it might sound crazy to a lot of people, but because of Duolingo's maybe shortcomings, which is what most people would say, these are shortcomings. I actually cover like 99% of stroke orders because of Duolingo's design. Because I was iterating on Duolingo design, not as a closed system, but as an open system where I can do it. So most of the time when I'm like writing characters, it's largely because I was writing them while using Duolingo. Duolingo inspired me to write the characters. So most of the time, you know, if I have to conjure up a character, like, I don't know, like maybe can I write something very, I'm trying to think of something like somewhat complicated. People might find complicated, I suppose. No. That's not that bad. I can't, there is one. Ying. Ying would be a very complicated one. I don't actually know how to write it. Because I'm losing the top thing. So I will like finagle this. I want to say there's moon. There's definitely a table, I think. There's... So this is me unpacking. I'm unpacking the stuff. There's a lid. Ying is the biggest I can think of right now. Let me see what it looks like. Oh my gosh, I can't even. It's too tiny. So the idea that you can read based on seeing it is very different from being able to write it, in my opinion. So I do enjoy writing, so it's awesome to see that you're using like Ringotan for writing. So lid, actually I'm not even sure what the lion, lid, lion, mouth, moon, forehead, person, and that would be a table and a drop, right? So this is yin or win, and I believe this is simplified or not simplified. They just use a different character in Japanese. This is Chinese. Katsu. I think it's katsu. Anyways, I don't know if that answers anything. or is it tatsu? I'm pretty sure it's Katsu. Oh yeah, Katsu looks... it's also Xiang. So Katsu is moon. Moon. I guess this is like a barrister wig, maybe. And then arm. I think it's like muscular arm, or yeah, muscular arm. And then Tsu, right? And this is also Xiang. For win. Or victory, so to speak. Victory. Really cool. I could do this all day. Like this is the fun stuff. Being able to output regardless of if you have like the complete picture or not. There's enough information to get to it. And I absolutely love being able to do that when you used to be pretty heavily into cubing, as in like, and you wonder whether that'll help any with how not hard the process has been so far. I don't Moriko, if you're still here, do you improve despite it being easy? Like what I mean is there's a thing that I often do that I think is far more covered than like trying to figure out what the best way to remember things are. I always think of myself as I need a threshold. When I start a new skill, I don't know what that threshold is. So sometimes people would say just work as hard as possible and then find out. But for myself, I tend to take the baseline. So this is the baseline of whatever I start with. And if I knew the baseline, what I would do is then I would quantize and test. And the moment I get past my threshold, then I would quantize back down. And I would maintain this. And then eventually when you maintain this, it actually starts becoming a habit, right? But because of time passing, I would take more quantized steps back up. So I do this regardless of how easy something is or hard something is. And then this often lead me to answering a question that most people ask, like, is this the hardest thing you've ever done? And my answer would be usually, it depends, right? That's a cop-out answer. So I would say, yes, it is the hardest thing I've ever done because it's always hard enough. So if you take something very simple like walking, someone will tell you like, oh, this is the walking program and this is my threshold. Over time, I will continue to make the walking more until it's not sustainable, and then I would drop back down and maintain it and then watch it depreciate, and then I would continue to do that again for any activity. And then I would normalize it to my threshold. So this is not just one thing, it's a combination of everything I do. So I think when it comes to where you want to start, how you like improve things, oftentimes it deal with the perception of improving yourself, right? Like trying to improve to the day to day. The thing that I'm talking about is highly impractical, I would say, for anyone who don't think that way. I think the most reasonable and what is the word I'm looking for? Responsible suggestion is standardize first, right? Right, standardization before optimization. And oftentimes standardization leads to a set self-evaluation. And the number of the number of times you do this allows you to iterate on the standardization process. The number of times you self-evaluate iterates on the amount of standardization. And this stuff may lead to optimization. The caution here is may. There are plenty of examples of people who are able to adequately self-evaluate without ever having the draw or the motivation to optimize at all, right? You can iterate on something without any optimization whatsoever. And optimization allows for new standardization. So I think the opposite is also true, where a lot of people approach language learning like this, where here's their maximum threshold, and they enter language at the maximum threshold. So anything they take on will cause them to push over their threshold, and they refuse to relent, right? So then they have a new threshold. So eventually, this type of behavior, in my opinion, will lead to burnout. Now, alternatively, when they enter this threshold, anything more will cause them to dip, right? So if they go up, oftentimes they dip, but it wouldn't go back to their threshold. It would just continue to dip. This is like a beginner's gains kind of situation. And then there's one other, which is someone has all the effort they can, and they believe that the habit that they formed is lower in effort because they are getting better at it. And that's true. That's true. Because they're getting better at their goal, at their output. But they're not getting better technically with self-evaluation or process, because they're doing the same thing. The same thing is becoming more efficient. But I don't think efficiency is the same thing as optimization. Optimization is when you start thinking, oh, okay, well, oh, I'm optimized to perform at this level, not this level. So whenever you liberate time, you're going to go back. You're going to push back to near your threshold. I don't usually always operate at my threshold because it creates burnout issues. I would operate like 80% of my threshold, of my perceived threshold. And this is where I start doing, okay, well, the whole sequencing and chunking, right? If I can do A plus B, why not take AB and add CD? So then I ask myself, can I do that? So now I'm going to take A plus B plus C plus D and then chunk them to AB plus CD. Okay, that's pretty good. What happens if I do then take the same 4 and do AD and BC at the same time? So now I'm doing these two processes. Like, well, okay, well, if I remember these two things, can I relate these things? That's another operation. So slowly and, in my opinion, naturally, or maybe with some discipline, it could be unnatural. This could be unnatural. I don't know how people orient this. This ends up becoming the thing I'm describing. So I'm gonna say every 30 days, I'm trying to increase the amount of crosstalk I can manage. And eventually, whatever I'm doing now, when I was maybe showing off, I don't know. I'm not very good at showing off things. Whenever someone asks like these topics, like how does topic A lead to topic B, lead to topic C, all the while I can still mention topic B and topic A and then bring it full circle at all times. It's not very different from doing this. I'll often bring it back. And that's where I'm going to go back to the original. So memory strengthening. Memory strengthening for me personally. This is my, you can call it my belief, because it's more like a personal proof of concept as opposed to like someone else's. Memory strengthening is how iterative your thinking is. And to me, greater flexibility in moving back and forth creates greater redundancy. And that redundancy, I'm sure some genius out there or someone like that can explain this in a far more cogent way, in a way that can be actualized. I don't have like this succinctly laid out. But oftentimes, iterative design creates flexibility, which creates redundancy. And that redundancy allows you the flexibility of going back and forth all the time. So, do I manage a lot of mnemonics? Probably not more than like an average person, honestly. Because to me, I'm not remembering that many objects. Like, I'm not remembering as much things. I can start in different places to get to different answers. And I would say overall, whatever I'm doing now, my routine, I'm aiming for like a 98.5% average. And then on bad days, it can get as low as 90%. And that's where it's a call to arms to figure out how I dress these days. But usually we're sitting around here. Pretty good. Pretty good. Anyways. I hope I didn't talk you to sleep. This happens very often, so definitely feel free if you've suddenly fallen asleep. It's perfectly fine. Everything is recorded. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to my 300th day review. I got some good new stuff that I wanna add to my pile. I don't think the human mind has like a cheat code, so to speak. I think that's probably good to mention here as a conservative. The human mind doesn't necessarily have a cheat code per se, like a shortcut. I think the wonderful thing the human mind can do is being able to rewire, or I guess you can argue neuroplasticity is like a declining factor when it comes to aging. However, you can hijack or you can piggyback on your wires. We already have foundations in English, so I cross wires with English. And this mnemonic system is, in my opinion, people enjoy this mnemonic system because it's piggybacking on the wires they have already established. And you can make it even better, in my opinion. And even more convoluted and crazy and whatnot. And that's the goal. At least in my opinion. For fun. For funsies. I'm not entirely sure of how much of it is because it's fun for me versus someone else who finds it laborious. There have already been multiple examples of people coming to me and saying, well, isn't this just a waste of time? When you already learned the read and the definition, you don't need all that mnemonic devices. It's like, yes, true. Right? Like, if you can do it, do it. For myself, it's practicing a skill that I kind of use elsewhere. So practicing a skill is something that doesn't require an end game, like an end content. The skill needs application in order to demonstrate its efficacy. Not like the process is hard to quantify if you're only looking at the results. And that's probably one of the biggest maybe human condition problems with the internet. Most people see results. They don't really see the process. And oftentimes when you're asked what is the process, my first thought is, let's be friends, or let's get to know each other and see what skills you have in your arsenal to make memory strengthening an activity that you would love to do. If none of the things that I say is interesting at all, like my habits, my connotations and stuff, then regardless of what I say, it would be very difficult to find it useful. But if I get to know someone, the foundations are already there. It's kind of like, would you prefer, here's one. The analogy is, if you have a landscape, right? If you have a landscape, let's put some happy trees down here. Let's make this a little bit more jagged. Some trail, right? Some trail up here. And we have some water rocks, right? Maybe like a hut here, right? So if your foundation is already laid out, do you terraform the whole thing? Just like flatten the whole thing and then start to build up? Or do you build around this? You know, do you start like... Right? Do you start building... Do you build around the landscape that you've already established? And then you can find new ways of harnessing things. And I think a lot of times when people talk about if you're an adult with a lot of skills, a child is closer to this. An adult is closer to this. So most of the time, I think memory strengthening activities is taking the landscape that you already have, the canvas, not the empty canvas, the canvas that you already have, and stacking on top of that. Using your skills to stack on top of that. I actually draw most of the time now. I draw most of the time in my head to create the mind palace. So most of the time this is here, right? Like Viet, right? Right, Viet. I don't know, this could be a kawa, umi, yama, right? Just your standard Japanese lines. One image can tell quite a lot. And this would be a what would this be? I would still consider it as a compression, like a compression, because something is still lost. The whole picture, if it falls apart, any one element is very difficult to tease apart. When you draw an island, there's a lot of things on an island, right? So you can try to build up to them. Anyways, all right, let's get back to our lesson. I hope that's something to ruminate on. I like the phrase to ruminate on that you said earlier. All right. What time are we? Okay. We're gonna go fast. We're gonna go fast today. Okay, so obtain. That's fine. Shoe is fine. Oh. Kyushu. Wait. Kyushu. Wow. It shares Kyushu, as in Kyushu, the place. Absorption. I think we're okay. We're not gonna go over examples. We're just gonna. I'm gonna be okay with this. Let's go. 现在, right? 现在. So that's genzai, right?
現在
Genzai.
現在
That's fine. That's present. We're good. Murasaki. Murasaki is Murasaki. Okay. What do we have? Whoops.
かゆい
Ayui.
Shucho
Chucho. I think it was business trip. This is like 2 hours ago. Genzai.
現在
Murasaki.
紫
Murasaki. Whoop. All right, let's go. Murasaki iro. Right, Murasaki iro is purple color. That's fine. Unemployed. Yep. What is this? Mu? No. Wei. Wu. Wuzhe. 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 Right, Wuzhe. Not employed, basically. So this would be like mushoku.
無職
Mushoku. Okay, so we're going down. Mushoku.
無職
無職
Alright. Halt. Ping. I wonder if it's just G. Let's see if it's G. Oh, it's Te. Oh, yeah, okay. Te works. Ping. Ping and Te. Well. Tater tots. People only halt because they want this restaurant's world famous tater tots. Leading world famous. Okay. Alright, cool. Place of work. Employment place. So we only have shoku right now. It could be shokuba, but shokujo sounds fine.
職場
Oh, shokuba. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. I didn't learn the reading for ba. We did technically learn the reading for ba, but I don't know when this was edited. But yeah, shokuba sounded good. It sounded nice. So do we need anything from it? Yes. We're gonna write an additional thing. Anytime there's a kun or alternative re, we're gonna write something. So it's no shoku. It's no shoku. Yeah, shoku. That's unemployed or people who lack employment to how do I buy this? You buy your Shippanese. It's no shoku that people who lack employment want a place of work. Shoku want a place of work. Badly. Okay. All right, next one. Occupation. Shokugyo. Shokugyo sounds okay.
職業
Shokugyo. Oh my gosh, they go up on the ku. And shokugyo is
職業
職
shokugyo.
業
Okay, fine. Interesting. Occupation, business, makes sense. Okay, all right. Uh,
無職
typo.
紫色
Nagasaki. Okay. Halt. Okay.
職業
Shokunyo. Okay.
職場
Shokuba. Alright. Move right along. Personnel. Makes sense. So we're adding in. So shokuin
職員
are two similar terms, but have different meanings. Okay. Shain generally refers to employment in private business. And shokuin refers to employees who work in various fields. I see. Fair enough.
職員
Shokuin. Have a job. Yep. Possess job. So yushoku. Ne? This is a formal word for saying steady job as opposed to okay.
夕食
Yushoku. Makes sense? Or yushoku. Or yushoku. Yushoku. Interesting. Job hunting. Demand job. I like job posting actually. I wonder how this relates to job posting. Request employment, job hunting. Interesting. Q?
給食
Kyushoku. Fair enough. Next one, resignation. Quit. Quit job. Resignation. Quitting. GQ. Jishoku. Oh no, like GQ. Jishoku. Jishoku.
辞職
辞職
Makes sense. No. Nurse. Oh, interesting. To look and care. Look or watch over, right? Watch over, look, care, person, right? Teacher or nurse or experienced person. So we have kangashi.
看護師
Oh, kangoshi. Yeah. I said ga. Whoops. Kangoshi. Godzilla. Right. Kangoshi. That's fine. We're good. Oops. Job hunting. Whoops.
給食
Yushoku. Oh,
夕食
Yushoku. That was close, but I mean, employment's fine. But have a job is good enough. I think they're being pedantic there.
職員
The queen.
看護師
Kangoshi. Makes sense now. Makes sense why Kangoshi. Kangoshi.
辞職
Jishoku. Jishoku. Alright, we got lots of lessons, so we gotta go. How many do we have, actually? Only 57. Actually, it's a small amount. 57 new things. Attorney? Interesting that they use dialect. Ken, what is this? Ken? No, Ben? Oh yeah, Bengoshi. Right, Bengoshi.
弁護士
Bengoshi.
弁護士
Makes sense? Oh there, Bree. Wait, Bree, what happened? I thought you were just over at YouTube. What's going on? Speak to me. What's this switcheroo? Hello again. Was it? Am I getting confused or did I just see you? Oh, you were if Twitch cooperates you per using. Oh, okay. I thought maybe you're secretly two people after all, you know? I'm doing pretty well tonight. I met Moriko. If you have like access to the Moriko sounds like someone who's incredibly enthusiastic and analytical, so hopefully we get to hear more from this person. Coding background, that's all I know right now. Lots of fun things to talk about. Maybe like another 30 or maybe another 100 days we'll revisit and see what it's like. Japanese. How are you today? Bree, how are you today? And because of that, I'm like 4 hours behind. Oh, that's true. Today's the birthday. Happy birthday, Bree. You still got 1 hour? Right? Just got 1 hour? Happy birthday. That means we also get to watch Wednesday. Right? And we can talk about Wednesday. Wait, is it Wednesday right now? It's actually Wednesday, Bree. Wait, was that on purpose? Oh, where you live is 12 a.m. too? Oh, okay, you're in the same time zone? Okay, we're in the same time zone, so we're fine. I thought you, for a weird reason, you might have another hour or something. I don't know. So, happy birthday. 誕生日おめでとう, right? 生日快乐, right? 生日快乐. Feliz cumpleaños. I don't actually know how to say happy birthday in French. Joyeux anniversaire.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Anniversaire. Je suis.
Joyeux
Joyeux.
anniversaire.
Let's give up. Yes, they did it on bon. Oh, instead of bon anniversaire. Okay. Bon? Oh, I see. Yes, they did it on purpose for Wednesday. I think all the premieres have been on Wednesday. Ah, okay. Gotcha. So, to conserve. Yes. Preserve and protect. Or defend. It's fine. Olga? Olga する.
する
Hogo suru. Oh no, I keep doing God. Hogo suru.
保護
保護する
Oh, I know why I keep doing God, because I'm thinking of Godzilla instead of Godzilla. English. Leather, that's fine. He. Oh yeah, Kaku. Kaku! Wait. When do we get Niwa? Or Kawa? Sorry, Kawa. Oh, okay. Oh, they went with Onyomi. Kaku, huh? One way to get leather is to skin a male chicken? I see what you did there. Fine. Bone is more for birthday. That is more used for birthday, but it's more for anniversary. I see. Fair enough. Gotcha. Kyoshi.
教師
Kyoshi. Interesting. It's a relatively formal term, unlike sensei. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Doctor. Oh,
Ishi.
Ishi. Is this also formal? No.
医師
That's fine. You gotta ask.
弁護士
Bengoshi. What? Oh.
保護する
Okosu. So, what are you doing at midnight? Did you set off some
医
poppers?
師
Sorry. That's probably not something conducive to the cleanup.
教師
Yoshi. Yoshi. Okay. Law. Who? Who? Um.
法律
Horitsu. Wait, oh, method to protect from the Namin from the past. Horitsu. Yeah.
法律
Your home. Horitsu. Horitsu. Okay, that's fine. Does that make sense? Law. Yes. To divide. Wariru? Divide to split something. It also means break. Okay.
割る
Waru. Oh, it's just wa instead of wari. Okay. Waru. Okay. Fair enough. It was a 50-50. Thank you, by the way. You were supposed to go out to dinner later, but 2 of the 4 people coming canceled, so you don't know. Was it a double date? That sounds really cute. So, no chance of going out because there's just the 2 of you? I imagine it's you and your partner and then 2 others. Or do you mean a party of 6 with 4 people in addition? Or is it you still go there's a chance you're going out with like 2 other peeps? I think that's great having at least some people around, right? Birthdays are not like a fanfare thing on this like in this household. We just go for the day. Or like go on with our days usually. What are the chances this is gu key? Of course it's key. How do you keep a demon locked up? Use a key. Okay, fair enough. A vampire. Oh, inhale blood, suck blood demon. Yeah, that's right. Kyuketsuki. Is this Kai? No, Oni. Oh yeah, Oni. True. Oni. I'm thinking of like yokai. Oni is demon for sure. Too much Street Fighters to not know Oni. Oh wait. But that's not the character that I remember. Is that really the character that's supposed to be? Huh. Anyways. Outside of the heaven. Akuma. Akuma's back has 10 back. That's fine. 5 total, yourself, partner, and 3 others, but 2 of the others canceled. Oh, I see. They got 1. Sounds like a keeper. Role. To divide up your role? Service? Interesting. Let's divide the duty amongst various people. Who got their own role. I don't quite remember you. Loiter and weapons. Kyoku. I feel like this is Kyoku. Or Batsu.
Yakuwari
Yaku? Oh yeah, it is Yaku. Yakuwari. Wait, this is a hybrid. Yaku. The reading are the ones you learn with the kanji, so how we divide the... Ugh, I see. This is which I don't quite like. Yakuwari. So, do I need something for this? I might need something for this retroactively. We'll see. 10%. One divide? What? The one left is your partner's mom, and her car broke down, so the only way she can go is if we drive her. Oh, so were they coming together? The other two couldn't come. Was she like supposed to carpool with the other two? Is that how that was supposed to work out? Your partner's mother, huh? Intriguing. One division is 10%. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Ichiwari.
1割
Interesting.
1割
Okay. Some of this stuff is a bit scary. Oh. Heck. Oh. Right.
割る
Okay. They're out of order. I don't like it. What?
Yakuwari.
Yakuwari.
1割
Ichiwari. Nope, didn't predict our car would break down 2 days ago. Ugh. That's such unfortunate timing. The other two were your partner's brothers who doesn't want to leave this dog because it might rain and his dog is afraid of rain. I see. And your partner's aunt, you think. She says she accidentally booked a vet appointment and didn't realize it was too late to cancel. And those are some different varying states of awareness. That's unfortunate about the car breaking down. In terms of the dog, is it not raining? So you're saying it would rain where you're going, but it might not. It might rain today. Is that the reason? It might rain today? They had no issues showing up to your partner's birthday when it was raining and his aunt was coming off a double shift and was completely exhausted. Birthday was ending. Yeah, that's I didn't want to read too much into it, but that sounds like more of a varying awareness. And maybe not so varying awareness, but more like varying priorities. Yeah. I know you mentioned this a couple times already, where a lot of your friends are, whenever I ask about these situations, I typically try to ask about what kind of people, company that they have available to them, right? Like close friends and whatnot. And we've crossed this bridge a couple of times. It does seem like lots of the patterns kind of check themselves out when you're referring to these situations too. Why can't the dog come along? The doggo come along. Is the dog not anxious when they're around people? Or are they still afraid of rain? They just need someone to be around. That's the same dog that you dog sat once, right? That you mentioned. Pretty sure. Loiter. I am entirely blanking out. It's the same dog, I see. Interesting. So what is plan B? What's plan B? I know. Sometimes I can't contain this. I can't contain this amount of humor, right? My funny bone. And as for bringing him, I mean, you don't think the restaurant would allow a dog inside unless it's a service dog. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I feel like I thought it was Ritsu.
法律
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. What? Oh. Duty and roll. Okay. We have ratio. Divide. Fit. Suit. Okay. When you divide something into parts and join them back together, you can better evaluate the ratio or the percentage. Okay. Usually refers to the ratio of a certain part when compared to the whole. Ah. That makes it a little bit more. Okay. Often expressed as percentage. When used this way, it's similar to... Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is more common in everyday language. Let's see. Biritsu versus... Interesting that they use two ritsus. You'll probably still go out to dinner with your partner and his mom. You know, the last time you had a birthday cake was when I was like 8 and you never had a birthday party. Well, this is a big deal. It's been what? We're talking about getting up to 2 decades, right? Sorry, I don't want to reveal your... I don't want to harp on your age or anything. It's kind of hard to avoid when talking about birthdays. I don't know, you guess you'd be alone for a long time, even despite having family back then? Sorry to hear that. It's time to aim for more surrogate family members, hopefully. Yeah, it's been 20 years since you were since you was 8. Yeah. I figured that checked out. I'm like, wow, that's very convenient. I'm glad you get a birthday cake. Do you know what the birthday cake is? Did you pick it out? My mother works at a bakery, so I don't think this came from that bakery. However, we had like these cupcakes, and I ate like 3 cupcakes. There's this thing where like people would, instead of buying like a whole cake, you have like different cupcakes. I don't know. Yeah, that was before we started talking. You're not getting a birthday cake? Oh, you were making a comment on how mid your birthday have always been. Oh, you know, the last time you had a cupcake. Oh, okay, okay. You almost never gotten any kind of gifts either, unless you've bought them for yourself. I see, I see. Is it customary for people to gift things and consume birthday cakes around where you live? What is this? Divide. So we're using goal, probably. Oh no. Yeah, we're using goal. And Wako?
割合
Wadiai. Oh my gosh, is a double kun. Alright. We gotta write a note for double kun. What was I used for? I need an I example. Holy, there's a lot of... Let's go here. That doesn't help. Where's our first I? See, this is what I mean by not cool. Yeah, see, all of it is just say like, oh, this was, and it's already, you already know it. That doesn't help, WaniKani. Aardvark is not what I'm looking for. Maybe they're using love? Oh, eyes.
割合
Okay. Oh yeah, for sure. At least it was for your family, and it's common for your partner's family as well. I see. I feel like I don't even know if it's intentional or not at this point. Your relations. It feels so estranged. So Wario is concerned about the ratio of eyes Wario is concerned about the ratio of eyes in let's say malicious ambitious eyes around him. Ambitious eyes and suits around him. I guess your feeling of loneliness isn't just a feeling, it's a reality. You cried a lot yesterday thinking about it. Sorry to hear about that. I like to think that there might be like, do you have community centers for these things? I feel like finding a particular outlet might be, I don't know how accessible that is given the nature of your mobility limitations and potential like costs of living situation. That's not sai.
裁く
Sabaku. Of course, it's sober. Sober? A sober? Oh, a sober. Okay. Saba. Hmm. The cyborg. The cyborg judged the person to be a Saba. Saba. That's fine. I'm not sure how well that holds up,
裁く
but we're kind of gotta go. Lead or guide? Is guide a thing? I think guide should be a thing. Dole works actually. Oh, okay, dole works. Makes sense. Trial. A judge. A judge in a
裁
trial.
判
Sai-ban. Okay. Unexpected rendaku again. That's fine.
裁判
A cape. Yes, does indeed. In modern Japanese, this word is not commonly used as a standalone term. However, it's found as part of proper nouns that refer to geographic locations that have a cape. Interesting.
先
Saki. Alright.
« 裁く
Not really. You live in a really small town. Okay. There's literally 2 gas stations, a couple coffee shops, and a couple restaurants. That's it. You also can't drive, so it'd be difficult to go elsewhere. Your partner has no desire to drive me anywhere most of the time, unless it's to the grocery store. Kind of a rock in a hard place. It's a shame your place doesn't have a community center of some sort. I think community centers could be a relatively safer place to find some other alternative company. What's out of order? Why you do this? Oh gosh, I keep typing the same thing. Oh. Shows you how often I read it first before thinking about the meaning in English. Oops. That's wari.
先
Oh my gosh.
割合
Wari.
裁判
Kawasaki. That's just a name.
川崎
Kawasaki. Okay, it's just Haiban.
川崎
Kawasaki. Alright. Have you ever tried like outreach communities online? I'm not sure how that will flow with everything. Oh, Nagasaki. Makes sense.
長崎
Kun, Nagasaki. The Nagai part of the Saki. Nagasaki.
長崎
Nagasaki. Tree trunk. We got a morning hat. What is that supposed to be? Dry? In the morning ability. In the morning, if you want your hat to dry, you need to hang it on a tree trunk. Everything's covered in dew. The grass is wet. Okay, fair enough. What do we got? Kun? Oh, it still deals with dry. I can overlap with kun. Alright, standard. Makes sense. Foundation standard. We were talking about standard today. Not really. I guess you could look into those. Yeah, it's very tough. Like, I don't want to sound too like defeatist here. This is a really, really tough situation considering how limited resources are. I think one silver lining could be finding appreciation elsewhere. Right. Attempting to find appreciation elsewhere. It certainly would be a lot more auspicious if it wasn't, if the place you're describing isn't like Fargo. Right. If you were closer, possibly closer to a metropolitan area or something like that, which can offer some potential possibilities. Kijun?
基準
Kijun.
基準
What is this? This word generally refers to quantitative standard.
基準
Kijun. Oh, foul. Oh, oh, like violating foul. To foul someone or something. Anti-rule. Foul violation, okay. So what is that? Unsoku.
反則
Okay. That looks like Kawasaki. Indeed. That looks like Nagasaki. Nagasaki. Ah!
Nagasaki
川崎 反則 基準
Alright. Ooh-wee. Physical law. What method and rule is physical law? Wait, what was law? Method and law? Wait, okay, it still takes law, but you gotta help me out here. Anyway, lots of rules, lots of law. I guess they might be synonymous with each other, maybe. Physical law. Almost sounds like physics or something. What is this?
Hosoku.
Okay. To provide. We got B. This is not B. Something else.
備える
Sonaeru. Sona. Oh my, sona. All right. This onsen provides a. This onsen is modernized. Is like a sauna. Sauna with amenities like natural bee honey. This onsen provides a sauna experience with additional amenities like natural bee honey. Natural bee honey and eggs. And eggs. Okay. Sonaeru. Yes. Junbi. Both Junbi and Yoi means preparation, but Junbi means preparing in advance for event, whereas Yoi implies taking appropriate measures. So Junbi is better for planning for a party, while Yoi fits well when making sure you have. Should I be worried when you suddenly like not do your normal thing? Cause I honestly, Brie, that's all I got here, right? Hopefully things stay stable at least and doesn't worsen. To stretch over something. To stretch over something. Okay, I guess it's intransitive or transitive. What? The word is both transitive when it follows. Oh, okay. It emphasizes the physical act of extending something over. Okay. Like stretching. Okay. When following ga, it expresses the result of state of being stretched or. Okay. Fair enough. What do we have for this? It's not cho. Hadu? Really? Hadu? Okay. Alright. Cho, Mrs. Cho-san started stretching and accidentally let out a audible fart, and people laughed. No, that doesn't. Osan starting to stretch and enjoyed it with great laughter. Or we can imply the ha, right? Ha. I don't want it to be at the beginning. Can we do anything with do? No. Okay. Gentle. That ain't no you, that's for sure.
優しい
Yasashi. Oh yeah, this is the other yasashi. Yasa. Ah. Oh, but that's an expression. Youth should respect their elders and say yasa. That's so lame. That's fine. Fine. Kind of lame.
法則
Also good. Oh man.
準備
B.
優しい
Masashi.
備える
Onaeru. Ah.
Haru.
All right, we're cooking. Oh, not really cooking. This is like really done. Done you or done you? Just a warning of just a word of warning. Over the years, this word has taken on the connotation of adult film actors. So most people would use. I was about to say, hi you instead of done you. Like what?
男優
Done you. Okay. All
男
right.
優
Adult actor. Priorities. You Yusen versus Yusaki.
優先
Yusen. Okay. Priorities. So previous, seniority, or superiority. Priorities. So
優先
more important things. Okay, Yusen.
優先
優先
Okay, fair enough. And then we have victory. Excellent victory or superior win. You ye. Ah? I don't
優
know.
勝
You show. Oh. Yeah, right. Is show the primary? No, it's not. I forgot. Feels bad, man. I don't. I guess this would be taku.
宅
Yeah, taku.
宅
One's home.
自宅
Jitaku. Okay. All right.
男優 優勝
Sure. Home, home. I guess victory is different from win. Sure.
優先
自宅
Okay.
宅
Alright, dwelling. Yeah, makes sense. D- uh, Jutaku.
住宅
Jutaku. Okay.
住宅
A luxury. The heckin' swamp. Extravagant swamp is a luxury. Zeitaku. Zeitaku. Extravagant swamp. Dang. Shigio. Shiko.
思考
Shiko. Okay. Seko. Interesting. You might sometimes see seko as an alternate read, but shiko. Okay. Cool. Alright. Enforcement. Carry out. Go. To enforce. Interesting. To appear. Present time. Did it? Because the hirakana ends on that doesn't help. Haji means appear. What this word means. Oh, alternative. Alternative. Appear. As opposed to present.
現れる
Arara. Arawareru. My brain just lost it there for a moment. Arawareru. Some kind of paranormal activity starts to appear in front of you. You waters, you screamed, terrified. Genji. Genji used his ninjutsu to make to turn you okay. And you appear you what is it? You what is you what is this now it appears you are a what is Arawareru. No, okay, it's fine. I don't think that's gonna stick. Expression. What was it? Your current expression, I guess. Figure of speech. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, you know? Manner of speech. Was that from yesterday? Oh, that's not the same though. It's tan. Tantu. Tantu is manner of speech. Expression.
表現
Hyogen. Makes sense. No change. Hyogen. Okay. Alright, let's try this.
Zeitaku.
Zeitaku.
住宅
Jutaku. What? Oh,
思考
Shiko. Arawareru. Okay. Whoa! Wait, what happened there? Okay. Alright, reality. Makes sense. The present truth is the
Genjitsu.
reality. Genjitsu, no change. Fair. And then the scene makes sense. The present place. This word means spot and site. Yep. Makes sense. It's not Genba. Genjo.
現場
Genba! Again? Wait. Hold up. Is this not also yo? Oh yeah, it is. It just happens to be bot the whole time. Oh no.
現場
Genba. Again is onyomi, right? Okay. So Genji was first to the scene as a sheep greeted him. But oh boy. Oh boy, howdy. Genba. Okay, Gyunyu. Moving on. A nipple! Oh my goodness. Why? A milk neck? Oh, yeah. I can kind of see that. How does this work? The heck is neck? New shoe? Oh, Chikubi. Oh, okay, that. Dang. Double. You already have Kubi, right? But Chi, here's a mnemonic. Oh my goodness. Is this considered onyomi or kunyomi? Chi? Oh my gosh, it got shortened to Chikubi.
乳首
Okay. The goat's nipples provides the milk for Chi. What the heck is Kubi? What is Kubi? What do they use for Kubi? Cool beans?
乳首
For the cheese that complements the cool beans. in the farmhouse. Chikubi. Boy. The call? Yobu sounds fine.
呼ぶ
Yobu? Oh, it's... Yes. I knew that. Did I knew that? No, I didn't know. Yobu. Going up as opposed to Yobu. Okay.
現場
Genba.
現実
Genjitsu. Oops. Ah. Ah.
牛乳
Ginyu.
呼ぶ
Yobu. Okay.
乳首
Shikubi. Alright, we're getting there. Turang? Oh man, Turang is still Sunly. Nice. Turang. What is Turang? Totsu? Totsu. Totsen?
突然
Totsuzen. Okay, so no shortening. Totsuzen. Alright, fair enough. Shiro. Moving right along. Actor. Yes, this is Hai. Haiyu. Okay, that's yeah. And haiku. Oh,
俳句
haiku makes sense. I would use the ku from paragraph or verse. To excel. What do we have for excel? It's not shu.
秀でる
Ideru. Oh, come on. E is going to excel. You stuttered. Okay. Shui. Sorry. Someone is really you hear a he across the store and notice someone's shoe exceeded their expectations or excelled. Uh,
秀でる
yeah, excelled past their expectations. Ideru. I'm not sure how that's gonna hold up.
城
俳優
Are you?
突然
Susan. Ah, I misspelled it. Common misspelling. Hmm.
俳句
Haiku. Heck. Ah! Do not do the thing that WaniKani does and use English to represent Romaji. Romaji. Go for Romaji.
秀でる
He did it because it's very important. Tana.
棚
Alright, superior. Oh, that makes sense. You, superior excel. It might be, oh no, there's no preference. This word typically used to describe someone's superiority or excellence, often in comparison to others. As in, I won't use this very often, huh? Maybe. What is like the Yushu.
優秀
Yushu. Okay. That's okay. Ondana. That's fine. Odana?
戸棚
Odana. Okay, going up.
本棚
Ondana. Okay. Makes sense. Institution. Interesting. Carry out role institution. Or carry out established. Yeah. Established institution. She or facility. No? There's facilities. Yeah, this one was a problem in Chinese, but now it's a double problem. I'm kidding. But shisha, right? Shisha. So this would be like the heckin' weapons and words. Establish. Setsu.
施設
Shisetsu. Okay. Alright. Ondana.
本棚
Ah! I've got the Rendaku. And then I heckin' added the Rendaku and I shouldn't add the Rendaku. Oh my gosh. Out of order. Out of order, not my jam.
優秀
Yushu. Oh my goodness.
Shisetsu
Shisetsu.
Todana
Ondana.
Tana
Anna. Okay. We're there. Last set. And then we gotta do HanziHero. Ooh. And then we have to go over all the other stuff. Ooh. Alright. Today's gonna be a long day. It's not every day that I get to digress twice. It's been a while. My voice is kind of wrecked. Acting. Perform skill. Makes sense. Performance skill. Oh, what do we have? Enki. Engi. Wait, why did I think it was ki? Engi. I guess it's either ki or gi, no? Or, oh no, it's not. It's always been gi.
演技
Engi for skill. Engi. To perform, that is not an end. What is it?
演ずる
Enzuru. Oh, really? Nice. Enzuru. All right. Interesting. Not every day you get that. Performing arts. I'm gonna say Jutsu. The word is more traditional and isn't used very much. Okay. Let's say Enjutsu.
芸
Enge. Oh, that is the ge.
園芸
Enge. Interesting. All right, fair enough. Performance. Okay. The word does not refer to an actor acting on stage. Instead, it's like the theatrical, theatrical and musical performance in its entirety. Okay. Presentation, production, staging, mount. Okay. Makes sense with the Joe.
上演
Joan. Oh no, not Joan. Whoops. A lot? Taksan. Oh my heckin' Taksan. Did you write anything about does it matter?
たくさん
Taksan. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Taksan. A lot. Okay. Actually.
Genni.
Really? Genni. Alright. I was expecting some shenanigans. Division. Ah, it's along with calculate. So I'm guessing this is the divide one. Divide. We just got it. Wadi? So like Wadi-zan? Wadi-san? It feels like a Wadi-zan.
割り算
Zan, yeah. Wadi-zan. Makes sense. Okay.
Enge
Enge.
上演
Join.
Engi.
Engi.
Genni
Enni. Oh my gosh. What? Oh. What? Send help. Oh.
演ずる
Incident. um.
Taksan.
Taksan.
Warizan.
Howdy's. Ooh-wee. Boy howdy. Ooh-wee. Been quite a day today. Quite a day. Alright. Let's go over our harmonics. Leather, vines, restaurant, road, demon, morning. And we got some new ones. Chill. Tater. My best friend Tots. Tots and Tater. So rooster cock. um Dang it. I only remember Oni. Womp womp. Okay, how about you? Donut? Just dough. And hun. Okay, let me see if I can get this. Demon. I remember the whole vampire thing, right? Something like Kyuketsu. Kyuketsu something. Kyuketsu feels bad, man. I don't quite remember. Kyuketsuki. Yeah, let's lock away the demons. Alright. So I reads. Kayu. Murasaki. Shu. Kaku. Chaku. Ki. Ki. Go. Wari. Wa. Sai. Saki. En. Ritsu. Shi. Han. Jun. Soku. Bi. Do. Han. Cho. Yu. Taku. Taku. Totsu. Ze. Hana. Shi. Gen. New. Yo. Shiro. Hai. Shu. Alright, and then we picked up 6 good ones. Dislike plus evil. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. No, I don't think it's the one with the scooter, right? It's not. I don't actually know how dislike works. Oh, the Mona Lisa. That's right, Mona Lisa. I think that's the I think that's the Mona Lisa. Plus evil. I think. What is that? Dislike, yeah. Kennel. What is that? It's really hate. Violent power and group. I want to say violent was tongue plus umbrella, and then power group. Right. So, oh no, it's not. It's not right. Holy riot. Not riot. Oh no. So we need help on that. It's right here. Where's my standalone? Oh, it's under violence. Okay, so we have the sun. It was like the sun and the moon. Oh, or the sun and the water don't mix together well. They mix violently. Oh, it's broken up together in water. Okay. Oops. Oh, that is ugly. We need to flatten it out a little. And it squibble a little. Okay. What is this? Ball. Ryoku. Ball Ryoku. Ball Ryoku ne? What is the group? Done. How the heck do you get done? Yes. Oh, crime syndicate. Guess and no. No. That festival, right? Yes. And no. Which no are we talking about? Probably Zhi. Wait, is this her? I think I'm wrong. Her. Okay. That's fine. And then... Oh, it's not beanstalk. What is this? Arrow? Yeah, that's arrow. Nope. Sachi. How does this work? Inference. Hatsukoi. Right, Hatsukoi. No. No. It's suit or spirit. Hatsukoi. Heck. Heck. I don't know. Oh no. I'm missing something on Koi. Heck. Oh. Wait. Oh, it's dang. Wait. Hold up. It's again. Again. First love. Season and I? Turning point? Bamboo, maybe? Or is it flower? Oh no. Or is it neither? No. I feel like it's bamboo. Moon? Postage? Hmm. Alright, we have to check on that too. Setsu. Oh. Ah, dang it. It's root, right? I can root, not moon. What was that? Turning point. Fu? Fushi? Fushime. What was this? Turning point. And then attain a body. Itai. I tell you. What is that? Character? Character. Oof. Alright. It's been a long day for WaniKani. We still gotta wrap up HanziHero. No slouching. No corners to be cut. Although yesterday's HanziHero was rough. Alright. Anyways, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. It's really wonderful that I met another person who's using WaniKani, starting their Japanese language learning journey. Got an opportunity to kind of nerd it up a bit. I yapped a lot. It's no exact science or something. We were just yapping. I like to have an opportunity to share my enthusiasm. And it seems like I've met someone who has an appreciation for that reciprocated enthusiasm. And we talked about some other things dealing with how to manage effort, right? The difference between constantly stepping up and overloading versus managing and then distributing, like redistributing. Lots of fun topics in there. I'm sure I'll be touching upon those topics at a later time. These give me a great opportunity to see what type of topics I can talk about in the next review, right? Until then, right, you're more than welcome to come on by, share some of your own stories, strategies. Great for inspiration. You can also exchange ideas, discuss some things, keep each other motivated. Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう, right? As always, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, maybe get some glucose. It's been a while since I said that, and I will be back for my HanziHero session. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第233天。Right, it is day 233. Got a lot to go over today. Kind of tired, so we'll see how well that impacts, or how much that's going to take up our stamina here. Alright, let's go over some trouble stuff. Yesterday was really rough. Rough. Right. Tantu. This was manner of speech. Oops. Wrong truck order is fine. Hu, which just seems. This is to pair it up with yesterday's. Zai Hu. Care. And then we had 4 characters. 5 characters. Zhang. No, Zheng. I think it's Zheng. That's entire. And Qing. Qing. Diligent. We have Reng. No, Reng. Yeah, Reng. Throw. Oh. We have oh. Oh, sure. Right. For idle. And wait, 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah. For feathers. Okay. Alright. All good. Let's get into it. Definitely burning the midnight oil today. Lesson time.
搞鬼
搞鬼. Make mischief. 搞鬼. How to do ghosts. Make mischief. Makes sense. Yeah, playing tricks. 那个小孩子，老是搞鬼，always 老是
搞鬼，阻挡，
阻挡 block and or just block. Okay, block.警察阻挡了交通。
警察阻挡了交通，
交通。
阻挡，
Wrong tone.
劝告，
劝advice 告 to give to announce or declare so advice. Okay. 请听我的劝告。Okay.
劝告，劝说，
to persuade. Oh, that's interesting. Advice to speak turns into persuade instead of advice. Oh, okay. Advice is still fine. Okay. 老师劝说我学习中文。
劝说，搞好，
to do good job 搞好。我们必须搞好这个项目。
我们必须搞好这个项目。
Oh, not 项目。I've got the G. 项目。
搞好，搞鬼，阻挡，劝告，劝说，搞好，
To rest 歇息。I had a problem. I had a really weird confusion yesterday of this 歇息。我们在树下，我们在树下歇息。
我们在树下歇息，歇息，披风，
披风 cape, win. There's something you drape over your shoulder. Or, well, it's not cape, but drape over your shoulder. Let it flutter in the wind. Interesting. 披风，他穿了一件黑色的披风。Okay, interesting. Interesting.
披风，
Kind of specific.
疏挡，
书档 a book block, which is a book end. It's like the block that you put at the end, the book stand. 我需要一个新的书档。
疏挡，歇工，
歇工 to stop work. Oh, yeah, to rest from work. Okay. 歇工工人 工人工人什么 heck 因为 yeah 因为工人因为雨天歇工 makes sense
工人因为雨天歇工，
歇工。意
Yi. Ah, it preserves the yi. Okay, to recall. Yoshi's in the bathroom of the house trying to recall how he got there. He sits in a bathtub next to the heart and a soul. Heart and a soul stands between him and the door, seeming to guard it so he cannot escape. He looks above and sees a sun that is shining down on him, making the water around him very warm. Nope, Yoshi cannot recall at all how he got into this situation. I think we're gonna do something whimsical, right? Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house, you know, chilling in the bath, recalling all the exploits with Mario, right? Looking deep inside his heart and soul, in which he attempted to guard, you know, guard the well-being of his faithful companion from the sun, even, right? Maybe as the sun shine in or something in the bathtub or something. Just recalling, reminiscing, right? Reminiscing about stuff. Memoirs. 回忆录. 回忆录. Return recall records, right? Memoir. To remember vividly. 记忆犹新. Interesting. I don't know what the yo is for. Oh. Ooh. Just like new. So recalling just like new. Ah, to remember vividly. I see. Recalling just like new.
意
Oh, we have one less vocabulary. Oh, one less character today. What is happening? I lost it. I don't want to talk about it.
书档。意
Picture it. What's going on? Oh, I forgot. Silenced. It needs to be silenced.
披风。歇工。歇息。
That's gonna be a rough one.
域
You. Region. I have you, region. What are you, region? Iki? Iki. Yeah. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house where he's trying to define the borders of his own personal region. He holds a halberd in his mouth. Oh, this is giving me Huo vibes. using it to make a line of soil on the ground that demarcates a small region in the corner of the bathroom that is fully his. Or he could just place a halberd in front of the bathroom to guard his personal region space. Soil and ground. Maybe on the ground or the soil, sure. Maybe like a mouth. Maybe speaking, declaring, or something. I don't know. This one is kind of a toss-up at the moment. Chi Hai Waters. Oh. I don't have anything for that. I'm a little too tired for today, so we're just gonna move along a little bit. Ooh. Width of cloth. And carries the fool. Frankenstein is inside the living room house where he is cutting a towel into different widths of cloth that he plans to sell. In fact, these various widths of cloth are all that is left of his wealth, having squandered it all on monstrous things. Oh, that's kind of the opposite of wealth. But he hopes by selling these widths of clothes, he can make his wealth back once more and buy some towels to replace the ones he cut up. The spare towel strands are sewn all over the couch and carpet. Like patchwork. Okay. 幅度 extent. Okay. Substantial. 大幅度.
福喜
See? To cherish. Oh boy. We have a couple cherishes. Or embrace. Or protect. Guard. Look after. Xena is inside the living room of the house where she finds her favorite soul that she cherishes. She gets on her knees and offers the soul a miniature sun that is on top of a section of turf to signify how much she cherishes the home soul. Maybe we can make it more like a pagan ritual kind of situation. Xena's inside the house, right? Where she has like an altar or something. An altar that is like maybe a totem or something that's stuck into a turf. Signified with like the sun symbol. And she cherishes this altar to make sure to offer to in order to protect her soul or something like that. I think that's closer. 可惜? It's a pity? Able to cherish. It's a pity. Oh, interesting. 珍惜 precious, cherish, to treasure. This one
刚
questionable. Young for steel. Oh no, the mountain goat. Gandalf is in front of the chapel where he's battling a demonic mountain goat made of steel that's trying to destroy the chapel. He makes a hood of metal and uses his magic staff to float it over to the steel mountain goat's head and suddenly suffocating it and saving the chapel from destruction. The priest gave him a bunch of steel bars as reward. I think it'd be more interesting for Gandalf who's in front of the chapel where he is helping the chapel decorate the lawn, right? The lawn area. So he decided to conjure up some steel and warp it into an interesting mountain goat. Mountain goat, like a hooded mountain goat. Fully hooded mountain goat made of steel. Right? That's the core for the courtyard or something. With magic. Because it's magic. Maybe he's the old mountain goat. A fountain pen. Gunbi. Ah. Oh, Gunping is piano. Oh, that makes sense. Still string instrument. Gunkwe. Stainless. Ooh, xiao. Ooh, xiao gun. That's probably stain in the middle.
刚力
Li, to encourage. Like that's not the same one. Interesting. Li. This was actually a vocabulary word that I've forgotten from Duolingo. Pretty sure Li, encourage, and quit were paired up. I don't know if it looked like this though. Probably didn't. Because we were learning simplified. Encourage. Link is in the bathroom of the house, feeling down. His two friends, a cricket and a muscular guy, came in carrying flowers. Oh, that's cute. Then they give it to Link to encourage him to keep his spirits up. Link, feeling encouraged, jumps out the bathroom window and down the cliff onto his next down the cliff. Yeah, the bathroom is often overlooking a cliff. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Link glided, right? Link has that handy dandy deployable glider now. Oh, Guli. Drum to encourage. Oh, drum up encouragement. Inspire. Ji Li. Oh, incitement. Ji Li. Ji Li. Excitement, encourage, to inspire. Okay.
力
Ooh. Pardon my yawning. I'm quite tired. Okay.
Yu
That's bad. It's Yugi. I didn't realize it's Yugi. So I think Yugi maybe like summoned a. We need something to summon. He just like summon with his mouth. He calls out a like a region card to mark the territory that is his bathroom. Along with carrying a halberd. Yes. Ugh, that one's probably the weakest. This one's probably the second weakest. Yeah, this one's pretty weak.
习
Yeah, pretty weak. This one's okay.
力
Kind of works really well. This one has legacy.
福
It's a bit of a stretch for the width of cloth, though. This one,
刚
it's okay. Oops, misspelled still. Oh no, wait. No, we have more characters than usual. Actually, it's no. Yeah, we have more characters than usual this time around. Not less characters, more characters. Oh boy. Appearance. Mao. So that is a leopard, alright. Mao. Leopard legs and white. Mario is in the bathroom of the barn where he is admiring his appearance in the mirror. Yeah, we have 11 characters today. Mario is in the bathroom of the barn where he is admiring his appearance. Sure, in the mirror. Next to him is the farm leopard on a leash, and Mario has a pair of white legs draped over his shoulder to give him a special swagger. He loves his new appearance that he has cultivated here at the barn. What in the actual... I think it's probably a different way. We're gonna say Mario's in the bathroom of the barn where he is checking on the appearance of his newfound friend, right? His newfound friend. It just happens to be a talking leopard who happens to have white legs. Very cute white legs, right? And he's just touching him up, you know? Touching him up. Mario being a good guy. Good guy. Although this could, I don't, maybe it's Dr. Mario checking up on his pet leopard in a barn. People keep leopards in the barn. Hush. Li Mao. Li Mao. Ritual appearance. Oh, I see. Like formal appearance. Polite. Mian Mao. Face appearance. Okay, appearance. Okay.
冒抢
Chang. To rob? Oh boy. Kirby is in the bathroom of the chapel where he's trying to rob the storehouse. Okay, I see the storehouse down there. He kicks down the storehouse door and robs the only thing inside. A bunch of holy fingers that are priceless. Fingers in hand, he runs towards the exit of the basement as the priests chase after him who robbed them. Okay. After the one who robbed them. Okay. Kirby. This could be messed up for Robin Hood. Maybe not knowing what it is, Kirby decided to just take the fingers. But then it starts sounding like Patrick. I guess we're just gonna go with it today. 抢救 抢救 抢眼 Oh, eye catching to catch the eye. I see. That's cute. 抢劫
抢剪
Dian. Oh, scissors. Dian. Jimmy Neutron is in the storage basement of the pawn shop looking for a pair of scissors. He can only find a pair of curved scimitars, ivory, tusks. Oh yeah, that's right. This is tusks when you have the thing. Tusk. He takes a sword and carves the tusk into a pair of ivory scissors. Okay. Or you can combine the tusks with the sword to make a pair of scissors or ivory scissors. 剪刀 yeah, 剪刀 what? 修剪 Interesting. 修剪 prune. Oh, I can kind of understand that.
剪枪
枪 Gun. Oh, Chang. Oh, that makes sense. Kirby is in front of the chapel, chilling inside of a storehouse that sits on top of the lawn. He hears a knock and opens the door and finds a walking tree with a gun, asking Kirby to hand over the storehouse goods. Kirby beats it up and takes the gun and eats it. The priest also on the lawn cheers. That's kind of lore accurate. One of the first bosses is a tree. But the tree doesn't walk. That's fine. I was gonna say maybe the storehouse is just up in the tree, right? And it's filled with guns, and Kirby's like, no to guns, and just eat them all up. Right? Chiang. Oh my, why are there so many vocabulary words for that? Chi Chang makes sense, machine gun. Shou Qiang, pistol makes sense. To draw. Hao Qiang. Earthworm and nope, got nothing on that. Qiang, ooh, Qiang B, got nothing on B yet. Kang Qiang, got some
枪
extras there.
赠
Zeng, oh no, Zelda, why? Although, kind of lines up with Zheng, sort of, because that's an imp, right? Yeah. Oh no, it's Zhong, or is it Zheng? I think it's Zheng. This is Zheng. Oh, shellfish as well. Why? Zelda's in the bathroom of the English manor, where Lord Shellfish is taking a bath. Sure. She goes down on one knee and gifts to him her most prized possession, the body of an imp, said to give good luck. It's all right. We're just gonna reverse it. So Zelda is in the bathroom of the English manor, where she's chilling, chilling with some shellfish friends, right? Chilling with some shellfish friends, and then those shellfish friends are, and then a bunch of imps, right? Imps presented gifts to her. Those imps, where Zelda has control over, right? Those imps, she has minions, or maybe even the shellfish are her minions. Jiang Shong, Jiang Song, Jiang Shong, Jiang Shong. Gift, send to give. Okay. Complimentary. Jiang Ping. Interesting. And then Kui. I don't have Kui.
赠
Zheng, not Zheng. 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 Okay.
帽
That's kinda meh. What, the fingers? Did it always have fingers? Oh, right. Oh, this one's weird.
抢
Yeah, this one's really weak.
剪
This one's okay.
枪
Meh.
赠
Oh, we got more characters and vocabulary words today. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try to lock in. I'm really tired. Alright. Okay. What in the bear nature is that? Oh no, a bear in a net. Uh That's not a great way to start. Yeah, I generally don't remember the bear thing. I knew it was Bart Simpson, but I don't remember. By range. Oh, I thought this was by. It's oh yeah, it is by. Oh, did I misread that? Oh no, okay. Well, we're fine. By ping. By ping is fine. I think for a moment there I was like by. I have no idea how that's by. I think we're okay. What in the world? Doesn't help.
吸管、
玻璃吸管可以重复使用。
事实、
我们不能否认事实。
距离、
我们还有多少距离要旅行？
摆平、
他很擅长摆平争执。
Is to arrange to level out. How is that to equal? Maybe like flat, equal? Level should be fine, right? Wait.
盾、梦想、
他的梦想是环游世界。
What? Oh, speaking of Ying. Oops.
赢得、
他们赢得了冠军。
No. Or awaken. I guess waken's fine too. Rise.
先
Hmm. Oh. Wait.
Viet,
Oh.
"提醒
谢谢你提醒我要开会。
It is to like remind. Oh, gosh darn it! It is. Remind is good. That's fine. It's to think about or dream, but fantasize is fine. Okay. What is this? Gee, I got it. I don't know, you gotta leave for something. Like how far? Distance? Okay.
整个
整个家庭都参加了这次活动。
研究
我们需要更多的研究。
消费
他喜欢消费商品。
位置
地理位置。
Guess setup works too.
冰箱
从冰箱里拿一罐啤酒。
肥肉
减肥时应该少吃肥肉。
What incarnation is that? Spray and cross? Not much to go on. It's not what I think it is. No, it's not. Oh wait, it might actually be what I'm thinking.
之
Oh, it is. It's the only one that I can think of. It's like, there's nothing else that I can think about. Something is not right about this. I think the right I'm messing up, right? No, it's not. It's extra step.
兄弟姐妹，
他有好几个兄弟姐妹。
It's like to flatten out, to settle. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, this is going on the list. It's the first one of the day, and it just sucks. It's fine. We have to understand it's equal. Okay.
手
It is protect works. Setup works. Or position, but you're setting up a position. Like your standing position. Position setup, right? Setup. I'm not getting the foo. It's probably the foo. Oh no, wait, it's not. Is it? What do I think this means? Oh no, I'm confusing with the trellis. No, I'm actually confusing this with a trellis. So this is not what I think it is. So I think this is a... I'm pretty sure it's like...
符号
笑脸是快乐的符号。
I don't know what it's supposed to be. Symbol? I guess it could just be a number.
之 练
What? Oh. I think that's supposed to be... smelt or something.
出 小吃
这是我最喜欢的小吃。
内 手
What was this? To settle? What? Oh. Hmm.
垃圾袋
你们有垃圾袋出售吗？
地下
这里有地下停车场。
消失，
它突然消失了。
Or disappear, I guess. Lose is not quite it. Disappear is better. What is happening here? I could have sworn it was, but it's not. Oh, because it doesn't have the dollhouse. Then what is this? I'm gonna say I'll have to think about it. Oh no. I'm gonna say okay. What in the world? A metal cross? I'm gonna take a jab at this.
真
Okay. What? Female barbarian? Hmm.
速度，
速度限制。
Oh no, Seki. Seki blame. Oh no.
则
Okay.
队形，
飞行队形。
A group, shape, formation, position, appearance. Female barbarian. Thought it was mother. Oh.
乙
Oh wait, aunt, not mother. Ooh, I just went for it. That's not how that works.
开启，
Oh wait,
个
what does that even mean? Hold up. Really, it just means podium. I don't know. I don't know yet. Oh, uh,
撤， 当地
当地习俗。
What? What? Roll of land? What? What is... What? Like a symbol? Okay. What the heck is G? Thought it was kind of like... no, pattern is something else. That's G. G. Like... It's not construct.
胃
Oh. Probably belly and stomach are two. Like they don't take belly, they take stomach. I think.
损害
乱丢垃圾会损害环境。
I need some W's here. Give me the W's. What in the world is that?
邻居
你认识你的邻居吗？
I typed an S instead of a Z. Okay. What the heck is with this shack and a... Shack, right? Is that a... Yeah, that's a shack and a car. Son of a bee sting. I don't know. What in the world? Oh.
皮肤
我的皮肤痒。
Slow and steady, I suppose. Oh, wrong tone.
设
Act as land. What does that mean? Roll of land. And then what is the right stuff? What is going on here? Locality? Land is fine. Hey, then I'm not gonna... No. No.
"门诊
请到门诊柜台挂号。
Back in a car. I always thought it was more like... this is... not temporary. It's not temporary. I'm pretty sure it's Koopa. It's like a hidden thing in the bathroom. And it's like storehouse or something. Or maybe it's not. What else could it be?
诊断、
他被诊断患有肺病。
Heck. I just want to type dough. Oh no, it's not. Oh no. I don't.
长寿、
保持快乐是长寿的秘诀。
寻、者、
Nah, I think I'm gonna give up on this. It's probably what I think it is. Oh, it's nowhere. It's just cool. We're gonna add this. I think this is the second time that's happened. Belly should be part of this. Okay. Rum under a shack. Caliper. I legitimately don't know though. I don't remember. Tool. Oh, the kitchen thing. This is recent. We're not going over this. It'll come up again. Oh, empty drums. Empty drum.
"圆珠笔、
我的圆珠笔是蓝色的。
除、
It's easier if it's in a sentence with another vocabulary word. Tool itself doesn't work as well.
支持、
谢谢你的支持。
The heck is that?
山沟、
他掉进了山沟。
Oh no. This is like the ravine or something versus like I'm gonna say ravine or gully. Okay.
镭射、
镭射是强大的武器。
石、飞、
It is an army officer or a military officer. Army officers. So what I'm thinking of. Gotta think about it. It's the left one. Left one wasn't sure.
煤烟，
燃烧煤炭会产生煤烟。
What? Hmm.
户，
What is it? It's a warehouse. Storehouse is the same. Okay. It is what I think it is for a while now. But it wasn't a place. There's no place other than the house.
快速，
快速成长，
军官，
他是一名军官。
What? Could have sworn is Jimmy doing that though. Huh.
派，为，明快，
明快的笔调，
Lucid. Okay. Fine.
电风扇，
我家的电风扇坏了。
Could have sworn this was like finger or like armadillo, right? Armadillo plus fingers. This is coin. Some sort of hard money. At least I thought. And I thought all the I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah. Oh, son of a beast thing. It's not our coin. It's exchange. Son of a beast thing. Yeah is again. Yeah is another one. And I still haven't figured out what this other than G. I had an idea and then it disappeared. This is really... It's not that old. Though originally it was like approximation or something. It's each? Ooh. Oh, Kaku. I could use Kaku here. That's fine. We'll just put it's Kaku. Right, I could use Japanese. Right. should have thought of Japanese. What? Oops, wrong tone.
押金、
他们要求付押金才能租车。
Heckin' deposit too. It's heckin'. Oh, we should put Yajing. This is not the first time Yajing showed up. It's a pivot. It's such a frustrating pivot too.
郊外、
郊外的景色很美丽。
Yeah, this thing doesn't make sense at all. Oh, it's pawn, not exchange. It still doesn't really make sense. But pawn is at least better than exchange.
灰、
What happened here again?
震惊、
我对他的行为感到震惊。
坦、
That's so weak. Oh, so weak.
矿产、
这个地区的矿产是金。
伸手、
他伸手拿了一本书。
Reach or extend hand to reach out. To extend a hand. Okay. Something makes me want to type this. Or that. Oh no, that's pinging. Oh, I'm a little upset that I missed the Japanese tie-in there.
摄像机、
我不需要摄像机。
Or camera. Video recorder, sorry. Oh, it's very weak too.
讨厌、
我真讨厌这个噪音。
It's gone. It's gone.
猪
YOLO? Okay. Doesn't work. What in the booklet? Son of a bee sting. Didn't want to think about it.
"稍后
我稍后会打给你。
I'm just taking some guesses for now. I don't want to think about it.
搜查
他们在森林里搜查线索。
Like the shape of the form of the flying direction. Okay. I mean, I could use formation, but that's fine. I don't... Booklet. Just straight up booklet. Okay.
"凭证
他没带来凭证。
长 艰难
一场漫长而艰难的战争。
活泼
他的性格非常活泼。
Heck.
"受罚
违规停车会受罚。
Oh.
习 艰巨
掌握中文是一项艰巨的任务。
拼音
汉字英雄帮助你记住每个字的拼音。
This one kind of
Hmm.
sucks. What? Oh, I missed the I. Whoa! Alright. I thought I had a shortcut to that. Okay, that's not. Like taking in a little bit at a time. But what is the word? Oops, I missed the G. Oh, Jill. All right. I genuinely don't remember the book thing. I thought the booklet had to do with Yoshi. Like... This is album, as far as I know. This is from recent, so we're just gonna let it go. Second. Oh, right. If I would have typed in y'all. The ice bomb thing.
Shui.
Humble. Ooh, that's not good. Heater, I mean, well, boiler, burner, I guess it's a little better.
搜救，
他是搜救队的成员。
This is the thing I was
Ooh.
talking about earlier. Alright, what the heck, dude? Heckin' The heck is... Oh my gosh, it's heckin' Alright, I don't remember at all. Heckin' Casper and the electricity plant with the booklet. That is awful. We're gonna have to reevaluate Kinda sucks that there are two Tus. Yeah, that sucks. It doesn't change that much actually from what I originally had it. It was something like Casper was reading a booklet on how electricity works because ghosts don't really need electricity. Or something like that. Did I write something for it? No. Ta is a stinker. I think we're just gonna let it go as it keeps going. Fill in on its own.
文凭，
他拿到了大学文凭。
What are we up to? 5? 5 is not bad. For the current conditions.
Chu.
That's a little scary. That just kind of sucks in general. Sitting alone. Usually it's gonna be next to some sort of number or time related thing. Meow. Actually, yeah, usually. What happened here? Trees and shack. I thought it was no. Okay.
画册
This one kind of sucks too.
木
Oh, I don't know how long those things are gonna last. Oof. I've lost. Punish. Oh no, wait. I got punished back before, right? Yeah.
体罚
老师不应该使用体罚。
It's the corporal punishment thing. I'm gonna be so triggered by this. You don't have too many double trees. Yeah, I can't do this. Mo? A more? Yeah. I'm triggered. This is a rub. Rub. Really triggered. Okay.
业余时间
他把业余时间用来学习新技能。
涨价
我们决定不涨价。
到磨
Dang it. I get stuck on this again.
泼冷水
不要在别人高兴时泼冷水。
Son of a bee sting.
空 猜测
我猜测爱情最终会胜利。
Hmm.
“贺卡
他们交换贺卡。
虚构，
这只老鼠是一个虚构的角色。
陪同，
我需要人陪同我去银行。
虚心，
他总是虚心学习。
杀，一样，
他们不一样。
Similar and same should be the together.
h 哼，
Two.
驾驶，
他喜欢驾驶快车。
驾照，
他拿到了驾照。
建筑物，
这栋建筑物很高。
太阳，
有出太阳吗？
熊，
Heck. Okay. Oh. Um.
我，鱼，翔，书架，
书架上的书放得很齐。
巧，建筑师，
他是一位优秀的建筑师。
硬件，
这个电脑的硬件需要升级了。
Ah! Dang it. This is going pretty alright for a moment there. Okay.
德国，
德国是一个欧洲国家。
It's a measure or conjecture. It's to guess, to predict, estimate, estimate. Oh. Ah! What? Oh no. Hold up.
空虚，
没有目标的人容易感到空虚。
Hold. Uh. Oh.
注释，
这本书没有注释。
Our annotations.
激动，
他听到消息后很激动。
Oh my goodness. All right. We have a lot of disappointing things. It's not as bad as yesterday. It's still kind of disappointing because it's 4 characters and not vocabulary words. I'm okay with vocabulary words, but characters, it's kind of on the high end. I think there are definitely more characters than there are vocabulary words lately that I've been getting stuck on, which means that there is a lack of vocabulary words for the characters. It's weirder, in my opinion, for Chinese to have characters that stand alone. But they should be good enough to pivot. And apparently it's not good enough lately. I think it's been like 2 to 1 in ratio. For every 1 character, for every 2 characters, there's 1 vocabulary word. Still pretty average, but like average. 6 out of 120 is not bad. That's what, 95%. Ish. Alright. So we got Fu. Gang. Gang and Fu are related to in sound to the other Gang and Fu. So that's kind of helpful. Legacy is building on the sounds and shapes. Not bad. Does this have? No, this doesn't. This one's pretty weak. Qiang. Then Qiang. Either of these are kind of weak. Like mid. Very mid. This one's pretty good, Tian. This is okay. Mao. Kind of weak. T. This one's kind of okay. Yes. Li. Yi is like the first 2. There's other Yi. This one's kinda sucky. I think it's Yi. This one has a related thing. Zhang. Zheng. Zheng. Okay. Galway. Zhudang. Zhudang. Yeah, Zhudang. No. Tiangao. And Tiangao and Tianshuo is gonna be a little that's shaky. Gao and Shuo. I think we're just gonna consolidate them. Valhall. Shu Chuda. This one's kind of weird. P Bung is kind of weird. Che Gong and Xie Xi. That's gonna be a problem. I probably will forget to silence it as a writing convention. Oh, we'll see. Okay, so we have Frankenstein. Frankenstein is in the living room of his house after acquiring so much wealth. He squandered it all, so now he is cutting up some cloth from whatever remains of his wealth, right? Into different widths of cloth in order to sell to hopefully gain his wealth back, which is off Fu, which is when he's wealthy. He was wearing a suit. Okay. And we have Gandalf, who's in front of the just now is Gung as well, so this is off just now. So just now he is helping the priest at the chapel to decorate the courtyard. So he took some steel. Right, well, he conjured up some steel metal. Right. And made an interesting hooded mountain goat statue. Mountain goat tends to be hooded, interestingly enough. That's probably not the show quarter. Alright. So now we have Kirby. Kirby, this one's a little weird. Kirby is in the, meandering around like he usually do out of curiosity. Managed to find himself in the basement of the chapel, where he gained access to a storehouse or a warehouse, a storehouse. And he noticed that there are some interesting looking fingers. They're like holy fingers. I decide to eat them, which effectively took something that was not his and then made his getaway as the priest chases him out of the basement. Maybe he took a chapter from Jujutsu Kaisen and just ate a bunch of demonic hands, demonic fingers. And then now we have Kirby. So once Kirby runs out of the chapel, right? He's up to more meandering. He finds another warehouse or a storehouse. And this time in this house, there's a bunch of, we're just gonna say a bunch of wind guns. Wind guns. And Kirby doesn't approve of guns. So Kirby just sucks those things up and eat them too. To the dismay of the guards who are, you know, maybe like guards who are helping. Or maybe like wooden stuff. Just the equipment that doesn't belong to him, you know? Kirby do what Kirby pleases. Okay. Jimmy Neutron is in the basement of the pawn shop where he found where he made some scissors out of some, like, I don't know, priceless tusks made of ivory and some blades in order to sell at the pawn shop, right? Piece of cake. That one is probably the strongest. Then we have Mario, who's went to the bathroom of the barn to check on the appearance of his new leopard friend. This new white-legged leopard friend. Get it all tidied up, you know, chilling in the barn. Okay, then we have Xena, who's in the living room of her house, where she's cherishing her time in praying to a sun god on an altar that's set on top of some turf. Protect her soul as she goes about her warrior duties. Okay, now we got Lee or Link, who's in the bathroom of the house, feeling a little down. So luckily for Link, we had a cricket friend. And some muscular guy brings him some flowers, right? Some flowers to encourage him. And with that encouragement, he leaps right out the window and floated down the cliffside off to his new adventure. Now we have Yoshi once again. This time Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house where he is relaxing. He's trying to relax and recall his exploits with Mario, looking deep down inside his soul and collective heart to recall all the times under the blistering sun that he helped guard Mario's well-being, right? Alright, then we have Yugi. This is very weak. So Yugi is in the bathroom of his house where he's sectioning off for ritual, like a summon ritual. Sure, summon ritual, where he takes a halberd. He's getting ready to like enter the shadow realm or something. So he takes his trusty halberd, mark the grounds and in the dirt, and with his incantation of his cards, he summons a portal in a region of the bathroom to access the shadow realm. Sounds so elaborate. Okay, and then we have Zelda. Yeah, we definitely have way more characters. Holy heck. We have Zelda, who's in the bathroom of the English Manor. Right. Her English Manor. And she's just chilling, you know, having a nice bath while her servants gift her shellfish servants, minions, or shellfish friends, shellfish friends, and imps, right? Imps shower her with gifts, right? Or her subjects shower her with gifts, sure. All right, that's it. Now we have the very first word of the day, which was what? Bai ping. Bai ping was... I already forgotten the left side. Was it fingers? It's probably fingers. Like that. Bai ping. Ping. Settle. Okay. And Ya Jing. Ya was lost, so it was finger armor. Oh Ya and Jing, which also had a meaning issue. Deposit. And the weakness here is this is pawn. Maybe like to pawn off cash or to drop off. I'm gonna say probably like think about it as like drop off something. Yeah, there's kind of a bit of an exchange in there somewhere for deposit. And then we have 4 characters. A little depressing. We have Ku. Not the first time Ku was here. The mnemonic was on point. Sort of. It's the lack of a place. I gotta think of Koopa's secret hideout being at the house, not at the pawn shop. I keep thinking it's at the pawn shop. Right, cool. This is... Heck. It's like storehouse, warehouse. Probably warehouse. Guh. How do I forget guh? Each. Oh yeah. This is a big disappointment. Because I technically have this in Japanese too. Kaku. I might have said kaku a couple times in my head. Which is each. So, oh my gosh, so save me. Booklet. So I'll probably think of it more like yeah and so together. So both. Or is it ye? I think it's yeah. Yeah, for page. What about what is the standalone for notebook is oh that's Ben. No, that's not good enough. I think the closest thing I would get is yeah, which is page. So this is booklet. And I'm kind of thinking it was yeah because yeah is a page. Which pamphlets our page. I'm gonna say Yoshi and Dinos and Casper and Ghosts need to read about electricity. Both of them are the similar mnemonics. They both need to read because neither of them, both Ghosts and Dinos, know anything about electricity. Although you could say that for a lot of things, but we'll do Casper, Ghosts and Dinos. And then we have Maul. Oh, Maul triggered me. Oh. Feels bad, man. Maul. Right. Which is rub. Not much to say. Maul. Feels bad. Yeah, because it's a wooden shack. Feeling like maybe hand-carved wooden things that Mario made. Not sure if there are any other characters that would make wooden crafts. I could kind of see Link. And Legolas. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. Whew, way over 3 a.m. Alright. I'll probably try to still do a full day tomorrow. Anyways, I met a bunch of people, or had caught up with some people. I met another new Japanese language learner. Kind of exciting. Got caught up in discussion. Alright folks, that's a wrap for my HanziHero session for today. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always. Follow along. Pick up HanziHero. Try it out for yourself, right? Always welcome for the yap. Despite being very tired, right? I might have been a little overzealous today, but it's always worth it. I wanted to echo something that someone said today during WaniKani. It was our new Moriko. Moriko, yeah, Moriko. It's always, generally, always the now. So always feel free. Come on by, share some discussions. I feel like if there's any minimal thing I can do is offer a listening ear and have a bit of discussion. I think sharing things, voicing things might provide some clarity, and we can talk about language learning, what have you, right? I find a way to relate it back. Keep one productive. Maybe feel out for more social links. Exchange some stories, brainstorm some ideas. Always welcome. Keep each other motivated, right? Maybe even in the darkest of times, find something to live for or to look forward to, in any case, right? Until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, right? 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Right? Thank you for watching. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.